We are weather alert this morning as the winter storm system that's been traveling across the nation hits Maryland. We are bringing you the latest on school closures, delays, plus the detours in effect on several bus routes as you wake up this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We have seen consistent snowfall here all across our region, the most significant storm in more than 2 years. We are taking you live to the Inner Harbor, to Towson, the road conditions, and right there in the bottom right, that is our HD Weather Authority radar. It's only going to get colder in the coming hours here. Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The city health department is reminding people to drink plenty of fluids. Remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and the elderly. And if it's too cold for you to be outside, it is also too cold for your pet. Remember to bring them indoors. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Megan Gilland. We are weather alert, and we have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart joining us with a look at our forecast and if the snow is done yet, Wyatt.
Almost, Megan, almost. Not quite done, especially right around Baltimore, points north, points northeast. We do still have some activity here on the radar picture. Let's go to a broader perspective of this storm. Quite the powerhouse. You know, we expected about at least 4 inches or so, and most spots got at least that right around Baltimore. Some spots a little more than that. And right now we do see a little bit of an icy mix in the southern Maryland, but I think for the most part the Baltimore region will remain snow and snow showers as we see the storm exiting the state off to the north and east. We do still have that winter storm warning in effect through 10 a.m. this morning, so we do anticipate the warning to stay in place till then, but keep in mind road conditions will not be improving until the plows can get to them all. So even as the active snow is discontinued, we've still got to clean up everything that has come down with temperatures below freezing. Absolutely a good day to try to stay off the roads, certainly while the plows do their work here, at least through midday or early afternoon. Maybe take the kids out to the sledding hill. 2 years it's been, more than. We'll talk more about the storm and what comes next straight ahead.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Out on the roads, it is a mess. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network. Let's take a look at one major incident right now. This is 97 northbound at Maryland 100. It is shut down right now due to a jackknife tractor trailer crash. We know 2 vehicles are involved. All northbound lanes again closed. This is just one of the instances out there, guys. The roads across the region still being plowed, being treated. If you're out right now, just take your time. Be careful. Well, warning for drivers as the snow and ice makes for dangerous road conditions here. AAA reminding everyone it is best if you can to stay home, stay off the roads. If you have to go out, take it slow. You'll also want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. When you do brake, if you have to, do so slowly to reduce your risk of sliding. That's when you start to get out of control there. There is an easy way, meantime, to track snow plows and see when they're going to make it to your neighborhood. The State Highway Administration has a tracking page right here. It's on its website. That means that you can actually track where the plows are right now and how long it will be until they get to your house. You can also see where they've been. We've got 425 trucks out there as we speak. We know icy conditions could be impacting your commute this morning. So if you use public transportation, MDOT-MTA is reporting detours in effect on several bus routes, including Route 22, Mondawmin to Bayview, Route 26, Patapsco Station to Mondawmin, Route 71, downtown to Patapsco Station, and then Route 79, Mondawmin to CMS. Several of those detours have been in place since yesterday morning. We're going to have the latest updates on those detours both on air and online on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, take a look at this. Here is what it looked like in Fells Point in Baltimore City. This was last night. Very different from what it looked like last week when some of the streets were flooded. With snow like this for the first time in about 2 years, many people were kind of out and about enjoying it.
We were down here last week when it was flooding, and it was insane to see like all the water and everything, and it's just crazy to now, like a week later, just see it totally different.
It's been a crazy week for weather. You never know what you're going to get on the East Coast. It's sometimes it's a flood, sometimes it's a hurricane, sometimes it's snow, and it's great. I love it.
It's always pretty when you don't have to drive in it. Here's a look at Hamden meantime and at Patterson Park, also in Baltimore City as well. There's the park. Dozens of you have sent us your snow day photos and videos on Chime In. Chelsea is doing what it takes to keep herself and her baby, oh my goodness, warm, keeping them both bundled up tight inside her coat. Baby looks happy. And the snow on the ground means it is a great time to practice those snow angels. So many of you doing that. Brandy sent us this cute photo. Looks like a perfect form right there. Be sure to send us your favorite photos and videos via Chime In. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. You can also submit them through the Chime In tab on our website or through the WBFF app. Reaction to this winter storm also pouring in across social media. Let's take a look at some of these here. We've got Alexa Ashwell, FOX45, saying snow-covered cars in Fells Point. Seeing a lot of that all across the region. We've got Adam saying Big Boy is having a blast in the snow. This is pretty exciting for the dogs out there. Great Dane out enjoying it. A lot of dogs having fun out there. Callie's first snow. I'm stoked. Callie is unsure what she thinks of all of this. Get one more for you here. Snow and football. God bless America here. You can see that snow falling peacefully outside right there. Just a glimpse of what some of you are waking up to this morning. Stay with us this morning because in about 30 minutes, we've got a team of meteorologists and reporters joining us live with the conditions that we're waking up to all across the region, including some of the delays and school cancellations that we're seeing coming in. Snowy conditions, meantime, canceling the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Parade in Baltimore, but the slushy conditions did not stop the MLK parade in Washington, D.C. That's what you're looking at here. As thousands of people honored the late Dr. King during the annual Peace Walk and Parade. The parade is in its 45th year, celebrating the importance of Dr. King's rhetoric, while also calling attention to the racial issues still plaguing America. Well, political commentator Armstrong Williams hosted a town hall to commemorate MLK Day, talking with prominent African-American leaders about the process and the progress that still needs to be made when it comes to civil rights. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump pointing to the need for better education.
As you know, we have brought a lawsuit against Baltimore School District for the failure to properly educate the children adequately, because we have to acknowledge the fact that our children getting education is the most critical aspect of their development. It's what gives them an opportunity to have the American dream become real. And without that education, then it's like they're already in jail. We don't have to worry about the school to prison pipeline, because if you don't have education in the 21st century, it's like you're in jail. They just have not shut the jail cell door.
Armstrong Williams also spoke with former HUD Secretary Dr. Ben Carson and Maryland U.S. Attorney Eric Barron. You can watch that entire town hall on our website, foxbaltimore.com. This weekend's NFL divisional round is now set. Still ahead. An update on the NFL playoff picture as the Ravens learn their divisional round opponent and game time. And we are weather alert. You can stay up to date on the conditions all morning long with our live team coverage. That's coming up in just about 20 minutes from right now. It's 4:38 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
All right, let's take a check of that forecast, and you can see it is going to be a wintry one today with the numbers running in the mid-30s to low 30s. So ultimately, that is the scenario for us. Bottom line, cold conditions and accumulations right now around the Baltimore area have been in that 4 to 6 inch range for the most part. It's going to take all day to begin to clean that up. So a word to the wise, things are going to be cold today and wintry. Enjoy the snow, but be careful if you have to get out and try to drive in it.
Blood donations now more important perhaps than ever, according to a new survey. I'm Liz Bonis. Who can give and how it could make a difference? That is just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. The craze over weight loss drugs and the long-term side effects. Worth the risk? This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. Weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 on this Weather Alert Tuesday. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. We have a health watch for you this morning. Many are choosing to take part in acts of service in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As medical reporter Liz Bonis explains, one activity that healthcare providers are hoping especially young people will consider is donating blood.
Those tracking our blood supply say the number of people who donate blood has dropped 40% in the past 2 decades, and in younger people, those numbers even worse. In fact, a new survey on blood collection from the Department of Health and Human Services shows between 2019 and 2021, blood donations in people ages 16 to 18 dropped by 60%. Well, nobody is quite sure why. When I joined Dr. David O for his podcast recently called In the Know with Dr. O, we did talk about this.
The younger generation is so much more about giving and community service and stuff. We have not seen them yet come out in big numbers that we were hoping for.
But he says blood drives, such as this one at Ohio's National Underground Railroad Freedom Center, can help change that. Those who give say they feel a sense of community and that they are part of something bigger.
It's such an easy way to help people. It's fun. They have great prizes if you're into prizes, and it's really easy to help people.
My niece had sickle cell, so every chance I get, donating in memory of her.
Now, a few other things may have contributed to this drop in younger donors in those years. COVID did shut down many high school and college drives. And remember, to donate, you just need to be healthy, weigh at least 110 pounds, and be 17 years old or 16 with a parent's permission. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. We want to take you live to a snowy M&T Bank Stadium this morning as the Ravens playoff divisional round is now set. Now that all AFC wildcard games are complete, they're going to host the Houston Texans. That game set for this Saturday at 4:30 p.m. Most major school systems, meantime, as we move back to today in our area, are on a 2-hour delay right now, but we know that could change. That includes Baltimore City, along with Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Cecil, Carroll, Harford, and Howard counties. You can find a complete list of closures on our ticker on the bottom of your screen right there and on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. Many people wondering if those would move to cancellations. You know, how are we looking in terms of where we are?
I can't imagine they won't move to cancellations.
Yeah.
Right? So some of those areas like Baltimore County, some of the highest totals of the entire storm, right? You know, over half a foot of snow. So more than likely, I think we'll see those 2-hour delays upgraded, Megan.
Okay.
The kids, you know, maybe getting a 4-day weekend instead of a 3-day weekend. How's that? Take a look at radar pictures right now. Storm is on the way out. So the main event, so to speak, just about done with Maryland, tapering off on the back edge here. We can get some mixed showers down in southern Maryland. But for the most part, we've got drier conditions set to move in. That'll be a good chance for all the plows to do so much work today as the sun comes up, and certainly that'll be needed in the wake of multiple inches of snow coming down. Where is the snow still coming down right now? Well, we've got some light snow or snow shower activity just north of the city, up toward the Hereford zone, Bel Air into Cecil County. You know, and our winter storm warning, out of an abundance of caution, does run through 10 a.m. Not so much for active snow, but obviously the accumulations that we've had, which have been significant, widespread warnings. And ultimately, we're going to be upgrading these snow totals, but our forecast remains pretty much on track here. We upgraded that a little bit last night as the storm ramped up a little bit more intensely than it first modeled. So many pockets north of the city are going to find, you know, half a foot or so of snow. And from the Baltimore immediate area down through just about Severna Park, 4 to 5. And it tapers off in the southern Maryland where more warm air worked into the system. And that allowed for basically a little bit of a reduced total south of D.C. Right now, still a little bit of snow in the air. 28 right now at BWI. Feels like 22 degrees out there. You know, with the snowpack, it's going to be tough to see much warming today. Even if we get the sun breaking through the midday or afternoon. We're talking about low 30s. Not a particularly frigid day in the wake of the storm. However, tonight, colder air begins to ramp up and come in. And so anything that's not plowed or salted or cleared is going to freeze over tonight for sure as we get colder air blasting in behind this storm. There's going to be a little bit of a delayed effect on that cold blast, though. So colder, blustery conditions tonight. And then I think we'll remain dry and clear through Friday. It's going to be getting back to normal on Wednesday and on Thursday. However, Friday, another wintry weather maker will be possible. More on that coming up a little later here in the news. Right now, again, overall, we see the main storm event continuing to pull further north into the New England states, the low pressure area itself just south of the Baltimore area. And there's that colder air poised to move in as we go later into the evening hours. So certainly going to continue to feel wintry around here, and that snowpack is not going to melt off rapidly at all. The snowpack that we have is going to be there for several days to come as we don't really see temperatures, you know, ramping up much above freezing. We do stay clear and dry, however, over the next several days, so that'll be kind of welcome, I think. You see the cold air out there. Man, what an Arctic invasion after such a mild start to the winter. The numbers are just unbelievably cold now out there, especially in the middle part of the country. So overall, checking that 7-day, you'll note we have a chance to dry out and shovel out over the next couple of days. Next chance for at least some snow showers Friday. Right now, looks like a pretty cold day for Houston to come into Baltimore for the Ravens on Saturday.
Interesting to see if there would be more snow for that game, Wyatt. We'll keep an eye on it. Meantime, our Len Stoller Traffic Network showing plenty of snow here this morning. This is 97 North at Maryland 100. It is shut down due to a jackknifed tractor trailer crash. We know that 2 vehicles are involved in this. We know all northbound lanes are closed right now. And again, this is one of the major incidents we're seeing, but all across our region, guys, from the counties into the city. We've got snow covered and slick conditions out there. We know hundreds of road crews are trying to clear the conditions out there. Just be careful if you have to head out. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Mark, any weather implications for you guys?
Oh, yes. This morning we are being affected by the weather that we have. Mark Train is on an R-reduced schedule this morning due to the weather. Be aware of that if you normally ride Mark Train on an R schedule today. Metro Subway has a 20-minute delay as a result of the weather. You'll want to allow time for travel there, too. The good news, light rail is on time in both directions at present. And the commuter buses, routes 204 and 505, are not operating today due to the inclement weather. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Baltimore continues to see a rise in car thefts in the city. Which areas are seeing the most? Plus, taking a live look over Towson. We are weather alert this morning. Still ahead, some simple things you can do to keep yourself safe out there on the slippery roads if you do have to head out today. It's 4:52 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. We are weather alert this morning. Stay with us because in just a few minutes, we have a team of meteorologists and reporters. They are joining us live with the conditions all across the region, showing us what many of you are waking up to right now. Meantime, we have continuing coverage now on the heels of 11,000 car thefts in Baltimore last year. Some say the issue is not going away. From church parking lots to their own front steps, residents say their cars are not safe anywhere in the city.
This year, 2024, they need to get it together. Don't be going around stealing people's cars. How would you like somebody to steal something from you?
Fox 45's Keith Daniels looks into the frustration and which areas of the city are seeing the most thefts.
On the streets of Baltimore City, cars coming and going, on the move amid a car theft crisis.
I'm not worried about nobody. Come and try to steal my car. You gonna have something for your ass.
Vincent Allen not holding back, frustrated over the record-breaking number of cars being stolen. Many of them, police say, taken by juveniles.
These kids going around stealing people's cars. How would they like it somebody steal their parents' cars? Y'all won't like it at all. I'm 49 years old. I work hard for my little piece of crap. I'd be damn one of these little kids come and try to steal my cars. I'm gonna give them something they could get stolen. I'm not playing that. People work hard for their cars.
One of the latest incidents a week ago in East Baltimore, Sunday afternoon, January 7th, at the Mount Sinai Baptist Church on East Preston Street. A car stolen and several other cars broken into while church members were inside the building. Tonight, word of this man's friend, a victim outside of a store.
Ran in to get his food and came back and the car was gone.
According to police, 172 vehicles have been stolen so far this year. Last year, police report just over 11,000 auto thefts in the city, up from just over 3,500 in 2022. That's more than a 200% increase. The hardest hit area last year, the Northeastern District, which includes places like the Morgan State area and Lake Montebello, where police saw a staggering 927 auto thefts, nearly double the rate of cars stolen in other parts of Baltimore.
Our facility is located in the Northeast District.
The Reverend P.M. Smith of Huber Memorial Church in Northeast shared his perspective on why so many auto thefts in this part of the city.
That's because most of them are new, most of them are Hyundais, and it doesn't matter. It could be a Cadillac, it could be a Toyota. They know that in this stable community with a large number of homeowners, large and stable income base, will have a vehicle worth seeing, stealing, selling, or using it for another crime.
We got to protect our vehicles by all means necessary. That means lock your vehicles, turn your cars off when you go to the gas stations or the store, and just be mindful of things in sight.
All right, that was Keith Daniels reporting there. If you have a stolen car story, or maybe you know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. You can scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. Tell us what happened. Send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
I'm Wyatt Everhart. We have been tracking this winter storm as it has pushed through Maryland overnight, bringing us our first significant accumulation in more than 2 years. We'll talk much more about what you can expect next.
Roads are covered in snow, leading to dangerous driving conditions. Olivia Dance coming up next time live in our storm tracker, the latest road conditions.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are on weather alert this morning as we have seen consistent snowfall across the region, the most significant storm in more than 2 years. Taking a live look throughout our region, we've got the Inner Harbor, Towson, conditions on the road, and of course, our HD radar.
Well, Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme alert today through Thursday morning. City Health Department is reminding people to drink plenty of fluids, clear fluids, and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and the elderly. And if it's too cold for you to be outside, it's also too cold for your pets. Remember to bring them indoors.
Well, good morning on this Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have live team coverage for you this morning as the winter system is still impacting you and will be all morning long.
That's right. Our team of meteorologists and reporters across the viewing area right now to bring you the latest on what you can expect.
But our team coverage begins with meteorologist Wyatt Everhard here in studio looking at the forecast for us today. Wyatt.
Yeah, it was just so interesting. I mean, driving in today, just seeing that amount of snow. It's been so many years now since we've seen this in Baltimore. But we have a significant accumulation in the wake of this storm. Now, the storm is not completely done with Maryland yet. We've got some mixed precipitation south of D.C. You know, maybe a mixed shower could make it into Baltimore. I think for the most part from, say, Severna Park north, we're going to rain just snow showers on the back edge of this system. But, man, it has been a significant accumulator out there with many, many spots out there getting at least 4 inches of accumulation. And there's been isolated totals to more than half a foot of snow. Our winter storm warning technically running through 10 a.m., even though the storm itself is exiting the area right now as we speak. And temperatures are at and below the freezing mark for all but the eastern shore. Basically, what that's telling you is ice and slick conditions are going to continue to be a problem today. You really want to, if you have to get out on the roads, you just give yourself a ton of extra time. Understand that four-wheel drive would probably be a good idea. I know coming in this morning, I had the four-wheel drive on, and even then, it was a little dicey on some of those unplowed areas where the snow is just channeled up, piled up, etc. We'll talk much more about what comes next in the wake of the storm. It's straight ahead.
All right, Wyatt, most major school systems in our area as of right now are on a 2-hour delay, but you know that could change. That includes Baltimore City, along with Anne Arundel, Baltimore, Cecil, Carroll, Harford, and Howard counties. You can find a complete list of closures on our ticker at the bottom of your screen and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here this Tuesday morning. We do have one major incident that we've been following for at least 90 minutes now. This is 97 northbound right at Maryland 100, shut down to a jackknife tractor trailer crash. You can see they're actually zooming in on the camera right here. It's been closed for quite some time. We know 2 vehicles are involved. All northbound lanes are shut down. Another crash, 695's outer loop, 2 vehicles involved there. Also another crash that you need to know about, Maryland 295 northbound. We know 1 vehicle's involved there. A lot of little incidents and a lot of cars in the median because of the roads.
Well, we have live team coverage out on the roadways this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live on her way to Westminster in our Chevy Storm Tracker. But we begin with Taylor Stewart. She is live in our Len Stoller mobile track, checking the conditions out on the highway. So how are the road conditions so far this morning, Taylor?
Well, good morning, Patrice and Tom. We are right now on I-83 northbound, and mind you, the highways have been treated even still very slick. We've passed at least a car or two hanging off into the medium on the side as that accumulation continues to be a concern across the roads. As Tom mentioned, there are several areas of concern we're going to go through and check out this morning just so we can give you that on-the-ground update and keep you aware as this winter storm continues here. But as we head down northbound on I-83, all we can say right now, it's slick, no cars out, and that's likely a good idea, especially if you do not have great traction on your tires. It was a struggle coming in this morning, but here in our Fox 45 mobile track, everything is smooth sailing. But we will keep you updated as we continue our trek throughout the morning. We'll send it back to you for now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Now we want to go out to Olivia Dance. She's joining us live in our Chevy Storm Tracker. She's heading out for a full morning of snow coverage for us. Where are you currently, Olivia?
Good morning, Tom. We are on 83 right now. We are making our way slowly and carefully to the Westminster area and check out the road conditions all throughout Carroll County. I will tell you, though, right now, 83, it looks good. I mean, you can tell that this has been plowed at least a couple times. We're not seeing a lot of snow really at all on this, and so you can tell that they treated 83, which is great because once people start to commute, obviously there's going to be a lot of cars on this road. But I'll tell you, this morning driving into work, I drove through parts of Baltimore City, parts of Baltimore County, and parts of Howard County, and there are a lot of roads that they treated them because they have a lot less snow than grass, but they are still covered in snow, and it's very, very, you just want to take it slow. It's not great. So, at one point, I got stuck behind a bunch of plows on my drive to work this morning, so that's good. I saw them out and about. Of course, if you do get stuck behind the plows, you want to make sure that you give them plenty of room to clear the roads and do their thing. Yeah, you just want to make sure that you're taking it really, really slow because if the roads look clear like they are here, you can still come up on an area that
Yeah, and we'll check on Olivia's microphone there, and hopefully we can get that cleared up. But our team coverage continues with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
That's right. She's joining us live from Rogers Forge in Baltimore County. And Amy, Winter Wonderland behind you.
It definitely is. We're standing atop the main sledding hill by Dumbarton. As you can see, it's all quiet and empty this morning. If you look closely, you can actually see some tracks. I think some kids were probably out here yesterday enjoying the sledding hill. And I have a feeling this is going to be the place to be later today. But of course, you've got to kind of dust off all your snow stuff. I know this morning I was running around my house like a crazy person, trying to find my snow boots, my snow pants, my nice long winter jacket, got my gloves on and my hat and my scarf too. So I'm prepared. Everyone's going to have to do the same today. Like everybody else has been saying, it was kind of dicey getting over here, of course. So you do want to use extreme caution if you have to venture out today. Looking down at Rogers Forge, you can see some crews are already out and about, starting to clean off sidewalks and just get started on the roads. But I am seeing lots of cars that are snow covered. And driving here, we saw lots of cars that were still snow covered. So actually coming up in just about 30 minutes, we're going to do a good deed and we're going to show you how to properly clean off a car to make sure you're safe before you head out later this morning. Here in Rogers Forge, Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Amy. Well, live look now from a Chevy Storm Tracker. Simple things that you can do to keep yourself safe out on the roads, especially if they start turning slippery if you're heading out today.
I'm Wyatt Everett. We continue to track the back edge of this storm system as it continues to move out of Maryland and off to the north and east. What can we expect in the wake of the storm? We will detail that coming up. Morning, I'm Wyatt Everett, and you know, if you're looking out the window early this morning, your eyes are not playing tricks on me. We have a significant snow accumulation out there. Our storm continues to pull away from Maryland, but in the wake of it, we're still going to have a very winter-like day. Temperatures struggling to get above freezing. A snowpack out there anywhere from 3 to 6 inches in most parts of the Baltimore region. And again, just a good day to dig out before we get even colder air blasting in tonight. We talk more about that next wave of cold air coming up.
Well, we are staying on weather alert due to the snow as it is really moving out of the area and finally stopped falling.
In just a few minutes, we're going to check back in with Taylor Stewart from our Lynn Stoller mobile track with more on the road conditions as you get up and out this morning. 5:10, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Well, right now, millions of Americans are under winter weather advisories, or at least warnings, and it's already having a deadly impact.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the dangerously cold and snowy weather all across the United States, Megan.
Thousands of people seeing these conditions, guys, starting live in Milwaukee, Wisconsin here this morning, where right now police are investigating 3 deaths as probable hypothermia cases. We know the county's medical examiner's office is saying that all 3 cases involved unhoused individuals. At least 7 other people have died in weather-related deaths, including a 41-year-old man who was buried in a massive avalanche while skiing in Lincoln County, Wyoming on Sunday. Several governors already declaring states of emergency. In Texas, the state's Electric Reliability Council asking residents to conserve power this morning in an effort to try and avoid a repeat of 2021. Remember that when that winter storm knocked out power for millions, killing 246 people. Taking you live now this morning, see if we can reload this shot for you, to New York City now, where the city is finally breaking its snowless streak after getting more than an inch of snow after 700 days straight without any snow. They are expecting up to 4 inches to fall by tonight, similar to us. Delays and cancellations, meantime, take a look at this as we pull up our FlightAware website here. Yesterday, look at these numbers here. Total delays in and out of the United States, almost 10,000, 9,798 cancellations, just over 3,000 as we head into today. Already seeing some of those. We've got 602 delays already this morning and over 1,000 cancellations. Guys, we expect that number to rise as temperatures remain in the low teens for much of the country. The roads, certainly a big concern for drivers here in our area this morning. This is a current look at our traffic map this morning. You see a lot of yellow on that map. Not used to seeing so widespread like that. And remember, something to keep in mind, if you do have to head out this morning, the State Highway Administration has a tracking page. It's right here on its website, and this actually allows you to track where the plows are, how long they're going to be until they get to your house. You can also see where they've been. We've got 487 trucks out there right now trying to make these conditions a little bit better. Wyatt, we've been taking a look at some of these roads, still mostly snow covered. We want to bring him into this conversation and see how long this could expect to be a little snowy.
Well, and that's what it's going to be all about, Megan, right? Where they have plowed, where they have treated, those roads will be okay. On the numerous roads, secondary roads, city roads that have not been touched by plows yet, it's going to be a big headache to try to drive through those this morning. Use extra care. The back edge of the storm is only bringing really a few snow showers and even mixed showers to southern Maryland. So in terms of active new precipitation coming down, it's minimal. I mean, just a little bit here and there, but it's what's already come down, and the fact that we have those very cold temperatures set to hold up through the day means it's not like one of these Maryland events where you get a couple inches of snow and by that afternoon it's all melted away. That's not the scenario with this particular storm. Winter storm warning actually does run and continue through 10 a.m. this morning for the Baltimore region. Remember, yesterday early on, the purple shaded counties you see all the way to New York and back down to Charlottesville, those were our winter advisory counties. But we saw indications that the D.C. Baltimore area right up to Lancaster, PA was going to see a little bit of an enhanced storm event. And so that's why we had the upgrade to the winter storm warning. That was also the case out in the high terrain of western Maryland and West Virginia. Totals, you know, these are continuing to come in. The official reports will ramp up as we get into the next couple hours, but on average about a 4 to 5 inch event. Pockets were higher up there in the Hereford zone, points toward the state line, and of course toward D.C. just a little bit less. Right now, if you look carefully on our sky cam here over the harbor, you know, again, still just a little bit of precipitation coming down. We've got 28 cold degrees, well below the freezing mark. That was another situation with the storm. We knew we didn't have to worry about kind of a mixed event or where would that rain snow line be. In this case, we had all the cold air we needed. Nonetheless, the snow ends today. We'll keep a few flurries around and we'll hover in the low to mid 30s. Snow tapers off, but then after this midday lull for the big dig, we will have cold blustery air coming in tonight, and then it'll stay just dry, fairly quiet through about Friday when we could see more snow shower activity. How about that? Again, overall, we'll still see some showers out and about on the back edge of the storm. Most of the heaviest storm has now moved north. Tougher travels if you try to travel north even later today, because you're going to be kind of chasing the storm. If you were tracking south toward Richmond or toward North Carolina, you'd have better success with that travel. When you see that colder air out there toward Chicagoland, that's going to be punching into Maryland tonight in the wake of this storm. So area of low pressure, the cold air kind of wrapping in around the back side of it, and that's going to freeze everything over tonight. So even if we get a little partial melting in spots today, be aware early tomorrow morning we're talking about icy, refrozen areas. Clear conditions, yes, but also cold conditions. And we just see that Arctic air invasion all over the central part of the country, all the way down to Texas. That is going to be something we get a taste of here in Maryland, but fortunately not a major blow of Arctic air. How cold? Well, I think teens is what we're talking about tonight. That's absolutely going to refreeze things. Bright and sunny Wednesday, 32. Back into the upper 30s briefly on Thursday before we get more cold air and snow showers with our next sort of winter blast Friday into Saturday. Looks cold right now for Houston to come in and play the Ravens on Saturday. That's going to be one of those games you're going to want to layer up for if you're headed out to M&T Bank Stadium.
All right, well, let's take a look at this. Snow was a big hit at the Maryland Zoo. Check out these river otters. They were slipping and sliding around their habitat. They are enjoying to the fullest the snow that came. It is the first snowfall for otter pup Nora, who's been at the zoo for just over 6 months. That is too cute.
We're continuing to share some of our favorite snow pictures from our Chime In. Heather sending this image of her family doing some sledding here. Look at that smile. It's this little guy's first time out in the snow and on a sled.
Jim sent us this image of his dog out for a walk in the winter weather. Looking around, checking it out, like, do I really want to go on this walk? Do I not? Be sure to keep sharing your favorite snow photos and videos on Chime In at foxbaltimore.com or through the WBFF app.
And of course, anytime snow hits, you have the up-to-the-minute forecast right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. And as Baltimore County schools are now closed following Kent County schools announcing this, you can see it's because of the roads here. Len Stoller Traffic Network, we're keeping an eye on an accident right at 97 northbound. It's shut down at 100. We know 2 vehicles are involved, one of them a jackknife tractor trailer. All northbound lanes, again, are closed there. Elsewhere, cameras cannot see an accident, but it's 695's inner loop at Curtis Creek Drawbridge. There's 2 vehicles involved there. One lane is closed in the inner loop. Be careful because the roads are slick, and we're seeing a lot more fender benders or cars sliding into the median or off the road here throughout the morning. Now we want to go out to Taylor Stewart. She's in our Len Stoller mobile track. And Taylor, it looks like you're on the inner or outer loop and heading out. It looks like there's not much snow, but more of the wet road conditions.
And that's exactly it, Tom. We're actually heading right towards the incident you just mentioned on 695 here. But as we head there, we have noticed MDOT crews really did a great job clearing off these highways. Even still, very slick. We're going about 45 miles per hour on the freeway, and much of the cars in front of us doing the exact same. Keep in mind when you switch lanes, there can be a tendency to have your car slide off just a bit. You want to really keep both hands on the steering wheel today. But as we're out here on the highway, I can tell you that the roads are slick for sure. The median, some of them still covered with snow. We've seen a few cars divvied off to the median. But as we're heading right now on the Baltimore Beltway, getting to that incident closure, we're seeing pretty clear and calm conditions, and that really truly is because the roads have been treated well on this particular highway, and drivers are moving with added caution from what we've seen, and that's really what it's going to take to get out and about today. We will continue to keep you updated as we get towards that incident, but for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. A warning for drivers as the snow and the ice makes for dangerous road conditions. You heard Taylor talking about some of the incidents.
That's right. AAA says it is best to stay home if you can. Just stay off the roads. But if you have to go out, just go slow. You're also going to want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. And when you brake, make sure you do it slowly so you reduce your risk of sliding. Now, let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Maybe Mark is a better, mass transit is a better option, Mark.
Well, this morning, having a few challenges, Patrice. Good morning. Mark Train is on an R-reduced schedule on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines due to the weather. Be aware of that on your travels on Mark. Metro Subway has a 20-minute delay from end to end. Allow time for travel there. Light rail at present is operating on time. MTA commuter buses 204 and 505 are not operating as a result of the inclement weather, and a number of the remaining commuter buses are operating on an S schedule, including many of the 200 through 800 series buses. Visit mta.maryland.gov for a complete list. On our in-town buses, the services that you may look for on your regular bus lines may have to look out for them on the main thoroughfares and not those hilly or icy spots that you're aware of out there that usually affect buses. Allow time for travel and be careful on that walk to your bus or train stop. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, you said it. Just give yourself time today.
Some roads still have spots covered in snow, leading to dangerous driving conditions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in our Chevy Storm Tracker with a live look at the roads.
I'm here in Rogers Forge this morning where the roads are snow covered and so are all the cars. So we're going to do a little bit of a good deed here and show you how to clean off this person's car so you know how to be safe before heading out on the roads yourself this morning.
Well, we are weather alert this morning. In fact, there's an easy way to track the snowplows and see when they'll make it to your neighborhood. Now, it's a lot going on right now because there's 467 active vehicles from the State Highway Administration, and it's tracking on its website. So they will go into all of your major roads. So if you zoom in a little bit, you can see where they are on the major roads. Not going to go off into those secondary roads too much, but you can track where the plows are headed and where they are for the State Highway Administration and how long it will be to clear the main roads to get to your house, and you can also see where they have been.
527 and developing this morning, Howard County Police are investigating a double murder-suicide in Glen Elk. Police say they were called to a house just before 11 p.m. Sunday, finding an adult and 2 juveniles with gunshot wounds. Police say 42-year-old Christopher Zansky killed his 2 teen children before turning the gun on himself. The motive is unknown. Howard County Police are continuing to investigate.
Well, we are weather alert, so you can stay up to date on the conditions all morning long with our team coverage, even school closings and delays as they're changing even this morning. It's all coming up in just a few minutes. 528, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, most major school systems in the area are at least on a 2-hour delay right now, but that is starting to change. Baltimore City, along with Anne Arundel, Cecil, Carroll, and Frederick, Harford, Howard counties, they are all 2 hours late.
But we're starting to get some school closings right now. They include Baltimore County, Kent, Montgomery, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, Talbot County schools, all of them are closed. If you want to see that complete list again of the closings and delays, you can check out our ticker at the bottom of your screen, or you can go right to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The City Health Department is reminding everyone to drink plenty of clear fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and the elderly. And if it's too cold for you to be outside, it's also too cold for your pets. Remember to bring them indoors.
Well, welcome back to all of you on this Tuesday morning. Thanks for waking up with us. 5:32 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how much snow you may have gotten, and will we get any more?
I hope not. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has that answer.
Here's some more snow showers, all right? But accumulations, I think really what you have is what you're going to have out of the storm. However, we were just talking about this. I mean, it's the first significant accumulation in 2+ years around Baltimore, talking 4 inches plus in most of the immediate Baltimore region. And there's pockets that got more than half a foot, especially north of the city. Take a look here on the HD radar. You can see a little bit of mixed precipitation from Annapolis south and east. Some of the first we've seen of that. It's been a pure snow event up until now. And I think for the most part, we're just going to see snow showers. I mean, could we see a little bit of a sleet type mix? A few bursts of that's possible on the back edge. A little bit of milder air working in on the back edge of the system. Look, I mean, many of us getting that 4 to 5 inch range. Okay, but pockets got more, and certainly pockets to the south got less than that. But still, it's a shovel and plow event for Maryland. And that winter storm warning technically running through 10 a.m. Although the storm itself really is just about out of here. The temperatures now at and below freezing for the entire central part of the state. So this snow is not going to be like melting off rapidly in any way, shape, or form. We're going to continue to keep a wintry scenario through the day. So I have a feeling, obviously, most of the kids have that 4-day weekend. If you can get them out to the sledding hills, that kind of thing, today is going to be a great day to do it because it's not going to be like some big melt. It's going to stay wintry out there. We'll talk about some colder air coming in next.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. We have live team coverage on the roads for you this morning.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live from Westminster in our Chevy Storm Tracker.
We begin with Taylor Stewart, and she's live in her Len Stoller mobile track, checking on the conditions throughout some of the highways. And really, the big question, Taylor, is what has changed over the last, say, hour?
Main highways we were just on, like I-83. Now, if you look here on the median, you can see there's snow covering the median. On the roadways itself, you can see it's kind of more of that slick, blankety kind of snow. We're approaching right now I-97 northbound, where we know that there is a lane closure or two due to an incident in that area. We want to go there and get a better view of the ground, but I will tell you, we've slowed down a little bit, significantly, because there are certain areas that are just more slick than others. It's that kind of caution that drivers will need to heed to if they're heading out today. But hey, I got a better idea for you. Don't. And let us do all the work for you. We will send it back to you for now as we approach this accident. As you can see here, it says icy roads, possible, not possible, reality. So go ahead, reduce that speed. We'll send it back to you in the studio. For now, Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Let's go out live now to Olivia Dance, and she is joining us live in our Chevy Storm Tracker out on Westminster Pike. Olivia, how are you making out?
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. The roads here have been pretty clear. I mean, you can tell that they've all been treated, but of course, you do hit areas where you come across parts that are still covered in snow. So you definitely want to go slow. We're going below the speed limit. We have been this whole drive. Definitely a good idea for anyone out on the roads or people heading out later this morning. Now, we were on 83 a little bit ago, and the left lane there was still covered. So that is also a possibility. You know, not all of these lanes are clear. A lot of the exit ramps too, want to keep an eye out for those. They're not cleared. They've been treated, but they're still covered in snow, many of them. So a lot of them, you know, you're kind of turning sharply too. So just take it very slow. I will say, you know, going into work this morning, I drove through parts of Howard County, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City, and for the most part, you know, I saw a lot of plows out on the road. I actually got stuck behind about 3 plows, so that's good. It's great to see them out and about. You want to make sure, though, a good reminder to give them plenty of room to clear the roads and put down that salt brine mix. And also, a lot of those roads that, not the main roads, so when I was driving through neighborhoods or whatever, the roads in many cases were still completely covered. So just want to make sure that you're taking it really slow. Give yourself plenty of time to brake if needed. And, the snow is really just sticking in some of those areas because we've, been below freezing for, almost 24 hours now. So again, just give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. We are just about 10 minutes out from Westminster, and here the roads look clear. But again, just give yourself plenty of time, because another factor to keep in mind, too, is you probably will have to clear the snow off of your car. I know that we had to do that with our Chevy Storm Tracker this morning, so just make sure that you're taking it slow and giving yourself plenty of time. And even better, if you don't have to be out on the roads, that's probably the best idea as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Well, our team coverage continues. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson out there as well.
Yeah, and she's joining us from Rogers Forest, right in Baltimore County. And we were just talking about covered cars, Amy, and there's one right next to you.
There sure is. We don't know whose car this is, but we're going to help them out this morning. We're going to clean it off so they don't have to when they eventually head out to maybe leave their house, because we actually saw cars this morning driving looking kind of like this with just like little holes on the windows, and that is actually not safe. So you want to make sure everything is clear before heading out this morning. And there's actually a pretty thick layer of snow on top of this car. Now, the good news is this snow is pretty fluffy, so it's actually really easy to clean off the vehicle. I always like to start off with the windows and actually the top of the car, because that's just gonna fall back on top of it. But you want to make sure the snow is actually off the top of your car too, because as you're driving, you don't want that flying off and then flying into other drivers and creating a hazard. Something else you don't want to forget about, number one, the little windows here, because you want to make sure you can see out of the mirrors, but also your headlights. So if we come around to the front of the car, sure enough, it looks like they're covered, so you want to make sure they're uncovered too. And this kind of has a little bit of ice on it, so you want to make sure that's kind of scraped off here so that you can actually see as you venture out, because the roads are messy this morning. So you just want to make sure everything is off this vehicle, and it's going to take some time to do, especially with the whole windshield here too. And I even picked a small car, and as you can see, it is pretty covered here. But I'm going to keep working on this because I've got some time on my hands here this morning, and then when we come back and check in with you guys in just about 30 minutes, I'll show you the finished product and show you exactly how this car should look before heading out this morning. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Amy. Well, continuing our tour around the area, we want to go out to Shannon Lilly. She is now in Harford County. And just the big question this morning, the conditions there, Shannon.
Well, here in Bel Air, Tom, it's looking a bit like a winter wonderland. We're still seeing some flurries come down, but it's slowed down a lot. When I was driving here, there was a lot of snow coming down. So a little bit less now, but you can see the street behind me. This is North Main Street. And I mean, it's beautiful, especially if you're looking at it from the inside. Driving on the roadways, though, not so much. You can see even here along North Main Street, this is where we've seen a lot of snowplows come through. In fact, we just saw one come through, but you can see that the roads here are still pretty bad. And that's what we've been seeing all throughout the region. We tried to make our way up here. Bel Air Road in Germantown actually was closed down in that area. So 95 North was a little bit better, but still going about 40 miles per hour on that interstate. And it's really just a mess. But I do want to show you just how much snow has accumulated here, even on the sidewalks. I mean, we're seeing at least 4 inches there. There's the sidewalk there. And you can see where it's accumulated here on these parking meters as well. So lots of snow. It's fun to play in, but of course, be careful if you are planning to go out and drive on the roadways. We know the National Weather Service is reporting that this area is under a winter storm warning until 10 a.m. So we're going to stay out here. We're going to continue to monitor the conditions and check back in with you guys in about 30 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
All right, Shannon. Well, taking a live look over Baltimore this morning as we are tracking conditions here and all over the state. Still to come, how your home may be impacted by the icy weather maker.
Fox 45 News will be keeping you up to date on everything weather related as icy conditions continue this morning in Maryland. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracking how the rest of the work week will be shaping up. 541, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
All right, waking up this morning and you are looking out the window at several inches of accumulated snow, depending where you're watching from. Could be 2-3 inches, could be 4 or 5+ inches, Baltimore north. Our storm is clearing out. Radar is improving. You'll still see a few flakes flying, maybe even a brief mixed shower coming through. And basically, the storm clearing the state. But on the other side of the equation, we've got cold air holding most of the day. So that snowpack that's out there now is not going to go anywhere. This is not going to be one of those quick melt-off situations. The big dig out will be going on all day today. And we'll talk about another shot of even colder air coming in when that arrives coming up.
Thank you, Wyatt. We're also watching for the possibility of power outages. We had some last night at our house. Good cuddling weather. We'll be keeping an eye on BG's outage map. Right now, there's 16 active outages impacting 57 homes. So that's a big improvement from what happened overnight when the snow first started. And of course, any other outages that pop up, we'll keep you informed.
All right, well, still to come this morning, how to safely get around outside on this icy weather alert day. What you can do to protect yourself if you feel like you're going down. 5:45, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Now, when it gets icy out, just walking can be risky. To reduce your risk of falling, do what animals do, the penguin shuffle. Take short shuffling steps and walk as flat-footed as possible with your feet slightly out. Yeah, I'm sure nobody will get their phones out or anything when you're doing that. You may want to hunch over slightly so not to shift your center of gravity. So hunched over and walk like a penguin.
That's a better explanation. I didn't know if you meant like just use all fours. I was waiting to see that. Yeah. So
depends on the animal.
Yeah.
I mean,
in a sense, I think yesterday when you talk about the slip and falls, we had that little burst of snow on the sub-freezing surfaces, and that was so slippery, you know. I think now a couple inches of snow, you have to be careful, but it's a little more grip,
it's
right?
fluffy.
Yeah, right.
It's
It's something
kind.
to sink your feet into, right? As opposed to your teeth. Look, radar pictures showing that this storm was a bit of a doozy overnight. Certainly by the last couple of winter standards, you know, you go back, you've got to go way back, plus 2 years to find an accumulating snow like this around Baltimore. Now, the system continuing to pull out of the state. And so now just really a couple of wintry type showers left on the radar picture here. Little burst of wet flakes here and there, maybe a little ice coming down. That's all on the back edge of the system. Overall, though, the accumulations were done. What you have is what you're going to have. A winter storm warning technically up through 10 a.m. this morning. But overall, the main storm itself has now cleared Maryland. Widespread concerns to points north as that storm moves in that direction. Totals have been, depending where you're watching from, further south, you know, 3 to 4 inch range, lower eastern shore, 2 to 3 inch range. But we easily got 4 to 5 around like the Baltimore, Columbia region, and even higher totals, points north and west, Westminster, Hereford zone, even toward Bel Air. On the high side of those totals. They continue to come in. Official reports, we'll keep them coming to you. 28 right now at BWI. Feels like 19. That snowpack, by the way, you know, even if the sun pops out here toward late morning, it always makes things feel just a little bit colder. That a lot of the heat and the sun just gets reflected back out. So snow ending, but we do stay wintry today. It's going to be a wintry feel. Not particularly frigid until later tonight. We've got colder, blustery conditions coming in tonight in the wake of the storm, but midday today, not too bad for the big dig out and the plowing activities out there, right? Overall, you see the setup here. The storm itself continuing to move up into the New England states north of Maryland, though the center of the low pressure area is still pretty much in the state. And we've got colder air building across St. Louis, Minneapolis, Chicago, Indiana. That colder air will kind of be wrapping in behind the system itself. So yes, clearing and improving conditions today. If you got to do that, you know, shovel the sidewalk, shovel the back porch, all that activity. It looks pretty good. Good day to take the kids out to the sledding hills too. But on the whole, this clear scenario, while it holds up Wednesday also brings colder weather. So it's going to be a more frigid scenario as we go tonight and into Wednesday. In fact, tomorrow morning, talking like teens. You see how cold this air is out into the center section of the country. In Maryland, we're going to get part of that. The Appalachian Mountains kind of hold back some of the coldest air, but not all of it. We're going to get a taste of that, and you can see the results. Never really above freezing tomorrow, and then you're talking about down in the teens to low 20s by night. Bounce back a little bit Thursday, then our next wintry weather maker could come through Friday, bringing at least a round of snow showers, maybe some light accumulations. It's only a powerhouse right now, but maybe some winter weather at least on Friday. And that'll set the stage for a pretty cold winter-like scenario for that big football game at M&T Bank Stadium Saturday afternoon as the Houston Texans come in. Hopefully that frigid temp will just be something else that makes them feel not so welcome. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. And let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network because they're talking about some incidents that are happening. Eastern Shore, this is 301 right there, 304, multiple vehicles involved there. And they've got to close down. So if you are heading in over on the Eastern Shore and come across this, you will not be going anywhere. And let me check that. I believe that is northbound lanes. Yeah, northbound at 301. So once you get off you go through Queenstown there, that's what it will be. Also, the other major one, a little bit closer to us here, there's multiple incidents, but the big one that we've been talking about is 97 northbound right at 100. 2 vehicles were involved, one a tractor trailer, and all northbound lanes have been closed for about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit more than that, as our cameras couldn't see the accident there. We can show you though, because right now we're joined by Taylor Stewart. She's showing us exactly what it looks like across the highway. Taylor, are you seeing what type of vehicles are involved?
Yes, Tom, we're actually seeing that incident that you just described on 97 northbound just off of Glen Burnie here. It's a FedEx truck that appears to have slid over into the median. You can see right now crews are trying to clean that up. We're going to work our way around and get a better view of that incident. But as you said, traffic is being diverted, northbound traffic that is on 97 due to that incident. Just one of several we're monitoring through the MDOT traffic cameras this morning. It just goes to say that the roads are slick, necessary to drive with some added caution and give yourself extra time between yourself and the vehicle. We're going to continue to monitor the highways and the situations that continue to emerge this morning, but we'll send it back to you guys for now. Safe driving.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Now we want to find out how it's impacting our mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find it on an R-reduced service schedule on all three lines. The Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines due to the weather. Allow time for travel there. Metro Subway has a 20-minute delay. Light rail at present operating on time. The MTA commuter buses 204 and 505 are not operating as a result of the inclement weather. And a number of the remaining commuter buses, 200 series through 800 series buses, are on an S schedule. Visit mta.maryland.gov for a complete list. And here in town, look for your local bus on the main thoroughfares if you would normally catch your bus on a known hilly or slippery area. Allow time for travel and be careful on that walk to your bus or train stop today. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark.
We are tracking weather conditions all throughout this morning. We're going to bring you the latest school delays and closures. That's coming up right after the break.
2 Baltimore City teachers accused of helping students cheat on mandatory tests. Still this morning, Project Baltimore looking into this investigation. 5:54, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning. .557 and Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert as Marylanders are dealing with the aftermath of our first major snowfall in more than 2 years.
You are taking a live look at the roads from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. In just a few minutes, we're going to get a live update from our crews on the move all around the region.
Now, in your election 2024 coverage, the first big trophy in the race for the White House belongs to Donald Trump after the Iowa caucus overwhelmingly chose the former president.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman is on the ground in Des Moines with how that impacts Trump's chances of returning to the White House.
Iowans spoke, and they spoke resoundingly, handing the first big presidential win to Donald Trump. And the polls basically held true. In fact, Trump declared the winner just about 30 minutes after the caucuses started. Just as the polls all predicted, Donald Trump chalking up an Iowa win and solidifying his spot as the top Republican.
We want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together.
Trump getting an additional boost when Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his campaign and instantly endorsed the former president. Not to be overlooked, how far behind Ron DeSantis finished in second place despite visiting all 99 counties and getting a coveted endorsement from the governor. So where does he go from here?
I think people are going to say there's only two possible nominees, Donald Trump or Governor DeSantis. We're the only ones that have strong support amongst bedrock Republican conservative voters.
Nikki Haley landed third, but pundits say she's much better positioned than DeSantis in New Hampshire and South Carolina.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
So now it's up to the rest of the field to try and prove that despite Trump's landslide win here, his nomination is not inevitable, that his grip on GOP voters is not unbreakable, and that voters should give them a second chance. In Des Moines, Iowa, I'm Scott Thuman.
Scott was just mentioning Vivek Ramaswamy is out of the Republican presidential race. The entrepreneur announcing just last night he would suspend his campaign after those results. This comes after a disappointing fourth place finish.
There's no path for me to be the next president absent things that we don't want to see happen in this country.
Now, Ramaswamy now plans to campaign for him in New Hampshire today.
And look what happened.
Well, jury selection begins today in former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's second federal trial. These charges relate to false statements on a loan application surrounding her purchase of vacation homes in Florida. Federal prosecutors claim that Mosby failed to disclose a $45,000 tax lien on her home in Baltimore when she bought the two Florida homes. It's possible Mosby and her ex-husband, City Council President Nick Mosby, will testify. Marilyn Mosby was found guilty on 2 perjury charges back in November. She faces up to 5 years in prison on each of those charges, but won't be sentenced until after the conclusion of this second trial. Stay with Fox 45 News as we'll have complete coverage on air and online, starting with jury selection later today. The trial is set to begin on Thursday.
We continue to track this winter storm as it exits Maryland. In its wake, multiple inches of snow and some colder air set to blast in.
Some roads still have spots covered in snow, leading to dangerous driving conditions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in our Chevy Storm Tracker with a look at the roads.
Bel Air looking like a winter wonderland, and it's beautiful until you try to drive through this. Coming up, a live update of the conditions here.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we are weather alert this morning as this winter storm slams Maryland. Taking a live look now, you can see some of the different camera shots around the area. Here's road conditions, HD radar, most significant storm in more than 2 years, and Vivek Ramaswamy is excited about it too.
They had snow there too.
They did. Iowa, it was very cold there too, and that's the same storm system that is now hitting us and closing some schools and keeping some 2-hour delays. In fact, let's go over the 2-hour delays right now. Baltimore City, along with Anne Arundel, Cecil, Frederick, Hartford, Howard counties, they are all 2 hours late.
And then we're starting to get more and more school closings. Baltimore County, Carroll County, Charles, Kent, Montgomery, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, Talbot County schools all closed today. For a complete list, you can always see the ticker at the bottom of our screen, or you can go right to our website at foxbaltimore.com. Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The city health department is reminding people drink plenty of fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and elderly. And remember, if it's too cold for you to be outside, it is also too cold for your pets. Bring them indoors. Well, good morning to you on this snowy Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. One of those days where you're like, you went to bed, 2-hour delay, you wake up, it's closed, come on, and you get to go
Kids
out
are
and
going to
play
be
in it.
happy.
Right.
Yeah, they're not waking up anytime soon since, you know, parents are going to let them sleep in.
Well, we have team coverage for you this morning. Meteorologists and reporters spread out throughout the area, bringing you the latest on what you can expect when you do head out later.
But our team coverage begins right here in studio with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart looking at the forecast for today. Is this behind us? What should we expect?
Very back edge of the storm, Patrice. We're going to continue to see improving conditions in terms of active winter weather coming down. However, the storm has already put down, in many places in excess of 4 inches, some spots 6 inches plus of snow. And so, in a sense, it's good to see it pulling away so that we can begin to plow out and dig out. A lot of shoveling going to be taking place today across the Baltimore area. A few wintry showers still coming down, especially Bel Air, Edgewood, over the Chesapeake into Chestertown. We've got a mixed shower or two. Some pretty significant accumulations we're dealing with in the wake of this storm. And I will say, I think most of those 2-hour delays for Central Maryland probably be upgraded to a closing in pretty short order. Much more on the cold air set to blast in tonight. It's coming up.
Thank you, Wyatt. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look around the Baltimore region. And yeah, you can see some roads now. We're starting to see the lines. Earlier this morning, you barely make out which lane you're supposed to be in. We're keeping an eye on an accident, though. Route 100, 97 northbound. 2 vehicles involved. One we at least know is one was a truck, a FedEx truck that was jackknifed there. So they keep the northbound lanes closed. And that's on the bottom left side of your screen. It's still shut down there if northbound lanes. There's also an accident, 295 northbound past Maryland 100. At least one vehicle is involved there, too. So there's also a disabled vehicle in 70 East prior to Maryland 32. That's just naming some of the bigger ones. Now we want to get out to Olivia Dance, and she is actually driving around in Westminster in her Chevy Storm Tracker. And from the studio to Westminster, any big change that you've seen out there, Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Tom. The good news is that for the most part, from our drive in Baltimore City to here now in Westminster, the roads were pretty clear, but you can still come across areas or lanes on the highway that aren't plowed. Exit ramps are a big thing that you want to be careful and make sure you're going extra slow on. But the whole time we were going below the speed limit, and that's kind of the rule of thumb that we recommend for anyone out on the roads, because you never know when you're going to come across an area that is still covered in snow. And even though right now we're on Littlestown Pike, and this road looks great. Most of the roads in Westminster that we've seen so far actually do look very clear, but you just want to make sure that you're taking it slow. We actually just stopped by the State Highway Administration location in Westminster, and the plows were fueling up there and getting salt refills. We've seen several of them out and about here in Westminster. We've only been here for about 30 minutes now. And also on my drive this morning, I drove through parts of Howard County, Baltimore County, and Baltimore City, and I saw a lot of plows out and about. So they're definitely working to try to get these roads as clear as possible, but you want to make sure you give them the room to do that and just give yourself plenty of time, because not only are you going to have to drive slow once you're out and about, but there's a good chance you're probably going to have to clear some snow off your car as well. So stay safe, everyone. Back to you guys.
All right, well, as we mentioned, there are quite a few incidents on the roads right now. We're right now on 97 North Baltimore, where we just spoke to an MDOT crew member who says what happened here that's shutting down northbound lanes, causing traffic to be diverted off to Ellicott City, is a tanker truck holding gas jackknifed. Then a FedEx truck, the driver behind them panicked, also causing them to jackknife and fall into the shoulder area here. Now, crews are working to clean this up as we speak. They say they'll hope to have this road reopened within the next hour. Crew members still coming in. We've got another plow truck. We've got more officers on the scene coming as we speak. But we want you to be mindful of the fact that I-97 northbound Baltimore Beltway closed as of now. We'll keep you updated when this reopens, but taking a look here at the scene, you can see that it is quite a situation, and it's because the roads are slick, you guys. You just have to drive with extra caution this morning. We're going to continue to find those trouble spots for you, just so you're aware as you head out for your day today. But for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45.
Yeah, real quick, Taylor,
yes.
You're in where it's closed, right? Are you sitting on 97 northbound right now behind the cones, and to the right, is that where people are exiting?
Absolutely, yes. We were able to speak with an MDOT spokesperson just so we can get a better vantage point for ourselves. But as you can see, right to our right-hand side, you can see those cars being diverted off to the exit there.
All right, thank you, Taylor. You still see some snow and slush out there on 97.
I was going to say, and that's a good reminder,
Yeah.
because even when you see pavement, you're
Right.
going to come across parts that are slick, and that's why you shouldn't be going your normal speed,
Right.
or for a lot of us, that's probably above the speed limit. Fox 45 Morning News is tracking conditions on the roads and in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, meteorologist Amy Aronson, she's been out and about in Rogers Forge in Baltimore County.
That's right. We begin, though, with Shannon Lilly. She is live in Bel Air this morning, and you were talking about it looking like a pretty winter wonderland, and it does, but not if you're on the roads.
Exactly. Yeah, Patrice and Tom, that's right. But just when we think that it's stopping, and now all of a sudden it's stopped, now that I'm talking about it, of course. But I mean, still a little bit of flurries, but it's so off and on. Just standing out here for the last 10 minutes, it was coming down, and now it's slowing down again. You can see, though, let's take a look at the roads. They are plowed, but the snow continues to fall. So there's still quite a mess in a lot of areas around the region. Just driving up to even get here was tough. Bel Air Road in Germantown was shut down, and so taking 95 north was the way to go, but it was still rough and you had to take your time with it. But we can see how much snow has accumulated here in Bel Air. This is right along Main Street. It's a winter wonderland here, and you can see from my boots stepping in this fresh snow here, there's at least 4 inches on the ground. And I want to show you, there's a sidewalk there. So this is a substantial snowfall. We can do that here on the parking meters. Look at the snow that's accumulated here on these plants, these little trees. And so, and again, it continues to come down, and it's great if you're inside watching, but not so much if you're out on the road. So we're going to continue to monitor the conditions, but now we want to get over to Amy Aronson, who is live in Rogers Forge. Amy, it's still snowing a little bit here. How is it there?
It's really, really light right now. But like you mentioned, roads are a mess, and we're currently seeing that here in Rogers Forge, too. We have seen a couple of plows working their way through the neighborhood, but as you can see, still lots of snow-covered streets and vehicles. Now, last hour, I was working on cleaning off this little car, and I'm almost done. So check out my work here. You can see the top is now, the snow is covered, or no longer covered on the top of the car. The windows are pretty much clear. There's just a little bit of ice remaining, so I'm kind of finishing things up here. I cleared off the lights, and you'll notice the windshield here looks much better. There's just a little bit of ice. You always want to make sure that's off too before you head out, of course. Another tip is you could warm your car up as you do this. It makes it a little easier. We just don't know the person who owns this vehicle. So we can't do that this morning. We're just going to get it off ourselves without scratching their windshield here. And then just do some final brushing. I made sure all the snow is off the front of it too, and of course the lights, so this person can see as they venture out on the snow-covered streets this morning. So I think I'm almost done here. Just got to finish the second half of that windshield, and this person is ready to get out the door safely. Keep these tips in mind as you head out this morning. We're starting to see some folks surface here in Rogers Forge and start to clean off their vehicles too. We just want to make sure everybody stays safe as they head out on this weather alert morning. Back to you guys.
All right, Amy. Well, anytime snow hits, you can have the up-to-the-minute forecast right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store.
Well, this winter weather turning deadly in other parts of the country. We are taking you live state by state to the dangerous conditions that many are waking up to right now.
All right, thank you, Megan. And taking a look at HD radar, our winter storms slowly but steadily clearing out of Maryland after putting down 4, 5, even 6-inch snow totals. We'll talk about when the cold air blast in next.
Well, we are weather alert this morning as we're seeing significant snowfall all across the state, and that's kind of come to an end, though.
We haven't seen it in a couple years, so we're gonna, we're gonna milk this for a minute. We've got meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, who has a look at the forecast. And we're not talking like blizzard, 28 million inches. This is doable.
Yeah, a good couple of inches, but we were just talking about your favorite hills today, right? It's sleddable for sure, and that's good news. Radar steadily improving. You know, we still got a few wintry showers out there, but they're very light for the most part. A little bit left in Cecil County in particular, but this is the back edge of the storm. I mean, most of the heavy snow is now well up into like eastern Pennsylvania towards Scranton, and this is what's coming next. Look at that. 16 in Pittsburgh, 18 rather in Charleston. That colder air is going to funnel in tonight. So today, midday is the time to get out and about because it will be much colder tonight, end of the day, tomorrow.
In just a few minutes, we're going to check back in with Taylor Stewart from our Lynn Stoller Mobile Tracks. She's got more on the road conditions that you're facing as you head out this morning. 6:16 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Right now, millions of Americans under winter weather advisories or at least warnings, and it's already having a deadly impact.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the dangerously cold and snowy weather all across the United States. Megan.
So many people dealing with this right now. We want to start by taking you live to Milwaukee, Wisconsin here, where right now police there are investigating 3 deaths as probable hypothermia cases. We know the county's medical examiner's office is saying that all 3 of those cases involved unhoused individuals. We know at least 7 other people have died in weather-related deaths, including a 41-year-old man who was buried in just a massive avalanche while skiing in Lincoln County, Wyoming. That happened just on Sunday. Several governors already declaring a state of emergency in Texas. The state's Electric Reliability Council is now asking residents to conserve power this morning. This is in an effort to try to avoid a repeat of 2021. Remember when that winter storm knocked out power for millions of people, killing 246 people. I want to take you live now to New York City, where the city finally breaking its snowless streak there after getting more than an inch of snow after 700 days without. They're expecting up to 4 inches to fall by tonight, pretty similar to what we've been seeing here. I want to show you FlightAware because we've been seeing a lot of traffic issues as a result of this. Delays and cancellations piling up at airports all across the nation. This is, again, FlightAware reporting more than 3,000 cancellations in and out of the United States yesterday, and looking at the delays, almost 10,000 there. As we look at what we're seeing here today, we've got 725 delays here in and out of the U.S., more than 1,000 cancellations. We do expect that number to rise, guys, as temperatures remain in the low teens for much of the country. A lot of folks dealing with these frigid temperatures here. The roads, a big concern in our area this morning. As we've seen our live reporters out and about, we can see a lot of yellow out on the roads and even some red. This is a live look. 795 at Owings Mills. We've got some flashing lights through that area, cars inching through. Want to remind you that the State Highway Administration has this. It is an easy tracking page on its website. It allows you to track where the plows are right now, how long it's going to be till they get to your house. You can also see where they've been. Right now, we've got 333 crews out there, guys, on the roads trying to make things a little safer for folks who have to get up and head out. Let's bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart to this conversation with a look at how long we can expect these conditions to be bad, Wyatt.
Well, right now what we're talking about really is the snow pack, okay? The back edge of the storm exiting the states, nothing more than a few snow showers still coming down. We're not going to add any more accumulation, but the accumulation we've had overnight has been significant. 4, 5, 6+ inches of snow, depending where you're watching from in the immediate Baltimore area. So it's enough to certainly create problems on the roads that have not been plowed yet. Sure, major roads that have been plowed and salted, they're going to be fine. It's getting to and from those main highways that's the issue. All the secondary roads, most of them have yet to be touched. Today is the big dig. We're going to be digging out throughout the course of the day. Winter storm warning continuing through 10 a.m. as we see widespread school cancellations. I think Harford County just added Baltimore City and Harford County now, Tom. So, yeah, most of these 2-hour delays are being upgraded as I think school officials wake up and see the significant accumulations that did happen. That winter weather advisory all the way up into the New England states. And in the wake of the storm, you know, as you go further south in the state, it was a little bit less, 3, 4 Eastern Shore, maybe even 2, 3 down here south of Denton. But Baltimore and Baltimore North picking up that close to half a foot in many spots. Right now, conditions, you know, we see a little bit of reduced visibility, still a little bit of wintry precipitation coming down, but not much. Basically overcast, 28 right now, BWI. Below freezing, set to stay below freezing through about at least 10 a.m. Then we'll go a little bit above freezing today, but not enough to create any kind of major melt, okay? We're talking about pretty good weather to shovel out and clear things up a little bit. And then the cold air is going to come in big time tonight with some wind. And that's going to freeze over everything that hasn't been completely cleared or salted up. So be ready for that. Colder, blustery conditions coming in tonight. Then relatively dry for the midweek through Friday when we may see some more wintry weather on the radar picture across Maryland. Right now, the radar picture is improving across the state. Low pressure still just to our south, but most of the precipitation north of that low is now going from New York up into New England. Behind this system, relatively dry, even bright conditions this afternoon, but by this evening, that cold air blasting in behind the system, dropping us down into teens and 20s, freezing over everything. And so, yes, the snowpack that we have out there is going to be in place for several days to come. It's not going to be one of those like rapid melt-offs right after it snows in Maryland. We're going to keep the snow around. And there's that cold setup throughout the entire country. We'll keep the cold air in place through the midweek and into the weekend as well. Next chance for snow showers comes Friday.
Well, thank you, Wyatt. Anytime the snow hits, you can have up to the minute forecast right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search for WBFF in your app store.
Now taking a look at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, we do have some incidents to report this morning. We've been talking about a variety of places throughout the city. The most recent, we're hearing about a crash on 795 South right near Owings Mills Boulevard. One vehicle is involved there. One of the shoulders is closed, and you can see that on the top left of your screen. You see the flashing lights there. There's also another crash on 270 southbound near Frederick. Two vehicles involved there, and we are still keeping an eye on an incident at Route 100 right at 97. Two vehicles were involved. All the northbound lanes were closed because of it. Let's go out now to Taylor Stewart. She is in our Lynn Stoller mobile track. She was near that accident on 97 North. Taylor, you saw the lanes closed, people being diverted. Where are you now and how are the roads?
Well, look, is the operative word. We actually are still on I-97 northbound, right where that tractor trailer and FedEx truck jackknifed and was forced to go onto the shoulder of the highway. Well, just in, MDOT crews have officially cleared that accident. We are one of the first cars now driving down I-97 northbound as it reopens. And as you can see, the roads are slick. This area doesn't seem to be as treated or recently treated probably because it's definitely one we're adding a little bit of extra caution. But we can report that that area on I-97 northbound just off of Glen Burnie heading towards BWI is now open. So you're going to get yourself maybe 20 minutes back from your commute. A lot of drivers were being diverted earlier. It's clear to go, but as we said, drive a little bit slower today and add some caution and some time to your commute. We'll send it back to you guys for now in studio. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Let's check in now with Mark Jones in the MTA to see how things are working there. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. A busy morning for us. You'll find the MARC train system on an R-reduced schedule on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines due to the weather. Metro subway at present has about a 20 to 30-minute delay. Light rail on time presently. MTA commuter buses 204 and 505 are not operating as a result of the inclement weather, and a number of the remaining commuter buses are operating on an S schedule. That's the 200 through 800 series buses. For the complete list, visit mta.maryland.gov for info. Look for your local in-town buses on the main thoroughfares if you would normally catch your bus on a known hilly, slippery problem area. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Some roads still have spots covered in snow, leading to dangerous driving conditions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in our Chevy Storm Tracker with a live look at the roads. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:29 now. Many of our viewers are sending in photos of the snow in their area. Kelsey from Baltimore sent us this photo of her daughter doing a snow angel.
And Casey from Brooklyn sent us this photo of her son and her, both her 2-year-old son right here enjoying a late night of fun in the snow. I like the lights too. They always look great whenever the snow covers those Christmas lights. Holly from Dundalk sent us this photo of some boys playing a little midnight football. Nice. Thank you for everyone for sending in your photos and keep them coming.
I guess they knew they weren't going to school this morning. They could stay out late. All right, well, we want to see what you're waking up to this morning. Share your photos and videos with Fox 45. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, we are weather alert, and it's easy to see why. Stay with us because all morning long we'll have live team coverage of the storm and up-to-minute information on the conditions.
Bel Air here and other parts of Maryland are under a winter storm warning until 10 this morning, and we continue to see the snow falling off and on. Coming up, a live look at the conditions here.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are starting to get more and more school closings as the morning goes on. Here is the list as it stands right now. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Carroll, Charles, Hartford, Kent, Montgomery, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, and Talbot County schools are all closed. Now, for a complete list of those that are still delayed and the closings, you can check out the ticker at the bottom of your screen, or you can head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, looking at 2-hour delays right now, we still have Anne Arundel County. Cecil's now closed. They went to close just recently. We have Frederick, we have Caroline, Howard, Calvert, and St. Mary's, then Allegheny and Garrett. They're all 2 hours. Everybody else is closed. Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. City Health Department is reminding everyone to drink plenty of fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like young children and the elderly. And if it's too cold for you to be outdoors, it's also too cold for your pet. Remember to bring them indoors.
Yeah, the pets aren't going to want to get outside today. I'm already thinking about little buddy wanting to go outside. Good morning. Welcome back on this Tuesday. 6:35 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly, are we finished with the snow or not?
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has that answer.
You know, getting the dog out in the snow, I feel like it's a function of how long the legs are, right?
My dog is 4 pounds.
Oh, yeah, so the clearance, right?
It's
You don't have the clearance. Yeah, so 4 or 5 inches of snow for our low-profile four-legged friends having to trudge through it. Look at this. Radar pictures improving across Maryland, but still a lot of snow coming down to our north from Philadelphia right up into New York City and back west into Scranton. But here in Maryland, we're seeing really the last of these wintry showers clear, and so no new accumulations, but we've already had 4 to 5 and points from Baltimore north, some places 5 to 7 inches of snow. That's the thing. We've got to dig out, and although the main highways may be clear and treated, the secondary roads are not. We'll have much more on the outlook for the cold air rolling in tonight. That's coming up.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And we're still looking at, you can see on the bottom right there, that's 301. It's on the Eastern Shore, right past Queenstown. There's multiple vehicles involved there, and that's closed it off northbound on 301, right before 304. On the bottom left, 97 at 100, there was 2 trucks that both jackknifed right after each other, and they are clearing that up. 97 northbound is still shut down. In fact, we had Taylor Stewart out there, and she was giving us some reports as she was driving around there. Some other incidents around the area reported, just cars in the median and even some weather closures that are out there. So just be careful, especially when they start plowing and then it starts ponding on the roadways because all the snow is blocking the water from running off.
Well, we have live team coverage of what is happening out on the roadways this morning.
Yeah, just a few minutes. Olivia Dance will be joining us live from Westminster in our Chevy Storm Tracker.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart. She is live in our Len Stoller mobile track, and she is checking out the conditions on the highways.
Yeah, look, you guys, we just went by 295 southbound, an accident there on the shoulder just off of Elk Ridge Road here as we pass through, moving northward past Halethorpe. And these are the kind of things that drivers want to be mindful of. Just look at these roads, you guys. MDOT crews are doing the best they can. We spoke to a few crew members this morning, and it's just a lot of road to cover, man. There's a lot of areas that are still a bit slick, and that is the cause for concern, as we just saw those 2 vehicles off onto the shoulder, the result of a crash that they're now clearing. The lanes here on 95 here, rather, 275, 95 are open. That traffic incident is diverted to the shoulder. But as you can see, we're going very slow today, as all drivers should be doing. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio as we continue to find those problem spots in our area. Back.
All right, Taylor, let's go live now to Olivia Dance. She is in our Chevy Storm Tracker out in the Westminster area, and I see some pavement, Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. We've actually seen a lot of pavement this morning, which is great news. Excuse me, because that was not the case this morning when I was driving into work. So within the last 2 hours, we've really seen a difference in the road conditions, which is great news. We've definitely seen the plows out and about. We actually not too long ago stopped by the State Highway Administration location over in Westminster, and we saw the plows there fueling up with gas, getting more salt on the back of their trucks. So they're working hard, but we just need to make sure that we're giving them room out on the road. So for example, this morning driving into work, I got stuck behind about 3 plows on the highway. So they were clearing the whole road. And in that situation, you know, you just want to make sure that you give them plenty of room because they're trying to get these roads clear before the morning rush. So you just also want to make sure that you're taking it slow because even though we are seeing a lot of pavement, which is good, there are still some areas where you come across snow-covered roads. So especially exit ramps, just give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. Back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Our team coverage continues now with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, and the big question is, Amy, I was just going to ask her, have you seen any sledders? It looks like more shovelers.
Oh, hey, we are out and about in Rogers Forge where, folks are out and about starting to shovel this morning. We saw someone cleaning off her car. We were trying to find someone to chat with, but everybody's busy working hard this morning as they kind of come out for the first time and see what they're up against. And where we're going to head next, guys, is actually over here to the main sledding hill by Dumbarton. I actually saw a few kids trucking over there. I don't see them at the moment, but we're going to head over there ourselves, see if we can chat with some of them, see what they're feeling as they wake up to a snow day here in Baltimore County this morning. And guess what? I brought my sled too, and I'm excited to get down on that fresh blanket of snow that you can see over there, just waiting for us early this morning on Now What's a Snow Day here in the Towson area, of course. So we'll keep an eye on the neighborhood here, let you know what people are up against as they kind of step out their doors for the first time this morning, and make sure all of you are safe too as you do the same in your neighborhood. Back to you guys.
Now, wait a second, Amy. They're loaded up. It looks like they're just about to get the push. It looks like 2 or 3 just got on the sled. Come on, first one of the morning.
Oh, you can see them. You guys have a better view than me.
Yeah, it's your.
You're right.
Your zoomed all the way in, and it looks like great shot. Here we go.
Here they go. Oh, there they are. Woo! Look at them. Yeah, we're going to head over there. I bet we can.
They're out there. That's a commitment to sledding.
That's parents going, all right, let's burn them out because they're going to be here all day long. Let's get them tired.
Good nap.
Good push, Dad. All right. Thank you, Amy. Continuing our tour around the area. In fact, not sledding there, but it looks like a lot of shoveling going on. Shannon Lilly in Hartford County. Good morning, Shannon.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Not quite as fun. Not sledding. We're shoveling this morning. In fact, I'm actually here with Chris, who's the property manager here, right along Main Street. And you've been hard at work since, what, 2:30
this morning? Yes,
oh,
ma'am.
my goodness. So what were you out doing?
Pretty much assaulting. We're plowing, just trying to get the sidewalk safe for everybody, just making sure it's safe and productive day for everybody else.
Well, we really appreciate that. And you guys, I mean, we have seen so many plows coming throughout the morning. So
Yes,
you guys have
ma'am.
been doing work.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you've lived here for 6 years. What do you think about this amount of snow that we're seeing?
I think it's about time we got some snow, honestly. You know, I think everyone was waiting for it, but I think we got a little bit more than we were expecting, and just trying to keep on schedule.
Right, exactly. I think it was maybe 2 years ago that we saw something even
Maybe close to 3. Maybe close to 3, honestly. But yes, ma'am.
So what does the rest of the day look like for you?
This is about one of 16 properties we have, so we're just going to be out all day, probably get some breakfast midway, and then keep going. We might get a little bit more and then just pack it up.
All right, Chris, well, we won't take any more of your time. I know you've got a lot of shoveling to do. Thank you so much for speaking with us. And now we're going to send it to break and have more snow coverage coming up right after this short break.
Hey, just a little reminder as we are weather alert this morning, an easy way to track the snowplows and see when they're going to be clearing up the major roads near your neighborhood so you can get out. This is from the State Highway Administration, their tracking page on their website, and you can track all the plows. In fact, they're showing you 351 right now of active vehicles. There was 450 earlier, about an hour ago when we were showing you. So you can see the roads. If you zoom in, you can see exactly where they are, where they have been, and they will show you where they're active. So if you look at any of the roads, they're major roads, and then they're starting to hit some of the secondary roads for us now. And then we'll be able to let you know exactly how long they'll be before they get to your house or if they just were there. So a neat little tip, especially today as we are weather alert. 6:45 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
.648, we are weather alert, and we want to get over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
Hey, Patricia, yeah, I mean, the biggest reason we're still weather alert right now is not so much the active weather coming down, it's the wake of this winter storm that hit Maryland all night last night and put down in many spots in excess of 4 inches of snow. There were isolated totals to 6+ as you go north of Baltimore. So, yes, a high impact winter event and one that we have not seen in 2+ years in Maryland. So, again, just pretty impressive stuff. Right now, we've got just a little bit of wintry shower activity left in the state. Not much. 28 right now at BWI, and across the area you can see different reports, a mixed shower in Aberdeen, a rain shower in Easton, and a snow shower in Westminster. Through the day, anticipating the temperatures to just get a little above freezing, kind of a quiet midday. Good day to dig out or take the kids out to the sledding hills. Looks like a great day for that, actually. But as that snow tapers off and we get a midday lull, expect the winds to ramp up this evening as colder air begins to blast in to the state. After that, we will stay dry at least until about Friday around here. That storm system going to continue to impact states to our north through the course of the day. But here in Maryland, we will continue to clear things out. In fact, I think brightening up late this afternoon. Make sure you've got the sunglasses around. It'll be bright with all that snowpack out there. And the cold air really wraps in around the back side of the system tonight. And keep in mind with that, that means everything will freeze back over. Definitely be some icy spots on your Wednesday, as Wednesday looks to be even a much colder day. That Arctic blast across the country, we're definitely getting a taste of it here in Maryland tonight and into the day tomorrow. A wintry day today, a sunny, cold day Wednesday. Next chance for snow Friday, and right now it looks cold for Ravens game day Saturday.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. And now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And yeah, a lot of incidents that have been happening. In fact, there's at least a dozen markers now on the roads, 95 north and south from Baltimore up through to Elkton. There's a lot of markers. You can see some of the incidents that we're looking at right here. 795 at Owings Mills, your top left. You have one lane getting by on the left-hand side. On the bottom left-hand side, it's 301. That's in the Eastern Shore. And there is multiple vehicles involved there. And that's been closed down for some time now. This is 301 northbound, right past Queenstown. There's still an incident that we were talking about. Also, there's 3 or 4 in the Halethorpe area, and now there's also one on the Francis Scott Key Bridge. There's the inner loop right there, some incidents. So there's a lot going on. Just be careful if you're heading out the doors.
And if you can stay indoors, today is the perfect time to do that.
Yes, stay indoors, heat up a bagel, get some coffee, and just sit back and watch the kids, I don't know, yell at each other or argue and have a coffee break. .54 on this Tuesday morning. Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert as Marylanders are dealing with the aftermath of our first major snowfall in more than 2 years.
You're taking a live look at the roads from our Len Stoller mobile track. In just a few minutes, we're going to get a live update from our crews that are out on the road moving around the region.
Well, this morning, 2 Baltimore City school teachers, public school teachers, accused now of helping their students cheat during mandatory testing.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the school system's own investigators confirmed the allegations, and the teachers were removed from the classroom.
These are the findings from internal investigations conducted by Baltimore City Schools into its own employees. Documents obtained by Project Baltimore through a public records request. And among the most stunning findings, 2 teachers accused of helping students cheat on mandatory district tests.
That's not right. That is not right.
Patrice Bell taught in Baltimore City Schools for 32 years. She retired in 2022. When Project Baltimore shared with her the findings from these internal investigations, she was not surprised.
No.
Why?
Because it makes the school look better if they have better scores.
The cheating, according to City Schools, occurred during the ANET-2 assessment. ANET-2 is a test used to evaluate student mastery of math and literacy. The scores are intended to help teachers better understand a student's educational level, so instruction can be more focused. But according to these internal investigations, 2 Baltimore City teachers were found to have helped their students cheat to improve their scores.
They aren't doing it individually by themselves. No, it's not going to get accuracy.
The first investigation was launched February 11th, 2020. Much of the report is redacted. We can't see the name of the school or the teacher accused of misconduct, but we can see the alleged cheating was reported by a student who said the teacher did not allow students to record their answers online until after they showed her, the teacher, their scratch paper, and the teacher threatened to unsubmit their work if they didn't let her see their answers first. During the investigation, a city schools investigator found even more evidence of cheating. According to the report, the teacher also gave them hints, told some students which answers were wrong during testing, and had some test questions in the study guide. The allegation of misconduct was substantiated by city schools. 1 week later, on February 18th, 2020, another internal investigation was launched. Again, we can't see the name of the school or the teacher, but the allegation is the same. A teacher accused of helping students cheat on the ANET-2 assessment. In this case, the teacher allowed students to take the test in a group. And according to the district, students are required to take the test independently, with no support assistance from other students or the teacher. In this report, the allegation was also substantiated.
Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating.
In both instances, the teachers no longer work for Baltimore City Schools. Project Baltimore did reach out to the school system for comment concerning these internal investigations. They could not provide a statement in time for broadcast. Bell told Project Baltimore in her 32 years, she never saw teachers blatantly allowing cheating, but she said the testing process does lack oversight.
It wasn't, I don't use a professional with kids, but it was a lackadaisical atmosphere in there.
Bell said it's common, for example, for students to be on their phones while taking the test, which is prohibited for obvious reasons. They could look up the answers.
I'm sure a couple of them, they were savvy enough to do that, you know.
Plus, Bell told Project Baltimore, teachers and principals are in part evaluated based on how students perform during testing.
It would look better for them if their students did better.
So the environment is there for cheating to happen.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But these are not the only serious allegations City Schools has recently investigated. Through our public records request, we obtained years worth of internal investigations. In the coming weeks, we will share with you some of what we found, including stunning allegations of violence by students and employees. I'm Chris Papst, and this is Project Baltimore.
We are here at the main sledding hill in Rogers Forge. It's all quiet now, but we are awaiting some sledders this morning. We'll let you know the scene here in a couple of minutes.
The plows are out, but some roads still have spots covered in snow. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in our Chevy Storm Tracker with a look at the roads.
And it was the most powerful snowstorm we've had in more than 2 years in Maryland. Now exiting the state, we'll talk about what comes next.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News keeping you weather alert as we're continuing tracking the first major snowfall that we've seen in more than 2 years. Live look over Towson. As you see that on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Inner Harbor on the top right. Even though the snow has either lightened up or completely stopped for you, it's only going to get colder in the coming hours.
Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The city health department is reminding people to drink plenty of fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, children and the elderly. And remember, if it's too cold for you to be outside, it is also too cold for your pets, so bring them indoors.
Now, this was a scene last night in Fells Point, and you can see the snow started coming down pretty hard, and then there was ice accumulating on the roads.
Well, good morning to all of you on this snowy Tuesday, January 16th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of schools closed, just a few 2-hour delays. We have live team coverage this morning as Marylanders are dealing with the impacts of this winter weather maker.
That's right. On the top left of your screen, Megan Gillen is in our live center. She's got more on how this winter weather system is impacting other parts of the country.
And to the right of Megan, Olivia Dance. She's actually cruising around our live Chevy Storm Tracker, the bottom left side of your screen. The other vehicle that's moving, Taylor Stewart, is there in the Lenstoller mobile track.
And then on the bottom of your screen, right there in the middle, we've got Shannon Lilly, who's out in Harford County. To our right, meteorologist Amy Aronson, live in Rogers Forge. They're checking out the conditions in the neighborhoods this morning. We've seen some sledding even at this early hour.
Yeah, we want to begin, though, right here in studio. And the top right corner of your screen, that's our meteorologist, Wyatt Everhard, in for Justin. And yeah, no sledding in here so far.
So many boxes, so little time, right, on that split screen. Look, I'll tell you this. This is a powerful storm relative to what we've seen in Maryland, certainly the last 2 years. Many of us waking up to 4, 5, even 6+ inches of powder. And we're going to be digging out the most of the day. Right now, the back edge of the storm clearing the state. There's still a few light snow showers, primarily now on the northern part of Delmarva, but in the wake of the system, 4, 5, yes, even 6+ inches in points, particularly north of Baltimore, and temperatures are at and below freezing still, so this is not going to be like a rapid melt-off at all. We will continue to look for basically slow, steady improvement today, but still cold numbers and even colder air set to blast in tonight. So I would just say, again, main highways probably going to look pretty good here in a minute when we take a look at those, but all those secondary roads, there's a lot of work to do still.
Well, from our live center this morning, we know millions of Americans are under winter weather advisories or warnings, and it's having a deadly impact now. We are taking you live to Milwaukee, Wisconsin here. We know right now police there are investigating 3 deaths as probable hypothermia cases. The county's medical examiner's office saying all 3 cases involved unhoused individuals. At least 7 other people have died in weather-related deaths, including a 41-year-old man who was buried in a massive avalanche while skiing in Lincoln County, Wyoming on Sunday. Several governors already declaring a state of emergency. In Texas, listen to this. The state's Electric Reliability Council asking residents to conserve power this morning in an effort to try and avoid a repeat of 2021. Remember that. That's when a winter storm knocked out power for millions of people, killing 246. Want to take you live now to New York City, where the city is finally breaking its snowless streak after getting a little more than an inch of snow last night. After 700 days without it, they're expecting up to 4 inches to fall by tonight. Very similar to what we're seeing here. Delays and cancellations, meantime, in the air, guys, a big issue here. Piling up at airports across across the nation. Flight tracking website FlightAware here. Look at this, reporting more than 3,000 cancellations in and out of the U.S. yesterday, more than 10,000 delays. Let's take a look at today's numbers here. We've got 1,200 cancellations, almost 1,000 delays. Those numbers continue to tick up, and we're expecting that to continue to rise as the temperatures remain in the low teens for much of the country, and snow in other areas as well, including right here in our region. We've been taking a look at the roads, still seeing a lot of slowdowns out there, pulling up some of our live cameras. You can see the snow-covered roadways out there. Now starting to see some pavement out there as the crews get out there. Speaking of crews, take a look at this. The State Highway Administration here making it easy, guys. They've got this tracking page on its website, and this allows you to track where the plows are right now and how long they're going to be there and when they might get to your house. All of that information. You can also see where they've been. Right now, we've got 329 vehicles out there trying to get things clear. We want to see how they're doing. We've got Olivia Dans live in Baltimore City in our Chevy Storm Tracker here this morning with a look at what we're seeing out there right now. How is it, Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Megan. The roads have been pretty good, at least the highways. So some of the side roads in the neighborhoods, right now we're actually off of Falls Road in North Baltimore. This has a little bit more coverage on it as far as snow, but the highways are looking much more clear than they did just a few hours ago. So you still want to make sure that you're taking it slow, because even on the highways, we unfortunately saw a couple cars that had spun out and were on the side of the road, and they were getting assistance with that. But definitely a good reminder that you want to take it slow, and at any point you could come across areas that are still covered in snow, especially the exit ramps. We've had some trouble on those. You definitely want to go even more slow on those. We've been going under the speed limit pretty much the whole time that we've been out driving this morning. Good advice to everyone else as well. And just make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to get where you're going this morning, because not only are you going to want to drive slow, but you're also probably going to have a good amount of snow on your car that you're going to need to brush off. So good reminders there, but we want to go ahead and get over to Taylor in our Lens Solar mobile track. Good morning, Taylor. Where are you at and how are the conditions there?
Good morning, Olivia. We are on West Nursery Road right now, not far from the airport. It is a rather busy section of the road, but you can see here as we just got off the highway 295, the roads are not treated here because there's just so much snow that these crews are working with to clear the roads and make sure it's safe for your commute today. We are seeing that blanketing that has spilled over onto the roadway here. We're adding a lot of extra caution as we head up this hill here. We've seen several cars off to the median today. We've seen several cars on the shoulder. We've seen accidents that we're hoping our viewers can avoid today. So just heed to that extra caution from NDOT leaders, and we'll keep you guys updated. Back to you guys for now.
All right. Because of what you're seeing out on the roads, we're getting reports of more and more schools closing as the morning goes on. We just got word that Allegheny County schools are closed. They joined the list of Anne Arundel, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Carroll, Cecil, Charles, Harford, Howard, Kent, Montgomery, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, and Talbot County schools are all closed this morning.
Now, there are some 2-hour delays that are in there. And again, Allegheny just closed. So you've got Caroline, Calvert, St. Mary's, Garrett, and Frederick counties that are still holding on to a 2-hour delay. And of course, this continues to be updated, it seems like every minute. So for the complete list, you can check our ticker at the bottom of your screen. We're constantly updating that throughout the morning. Or you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, a warning for drivers as the snow and ice makes for dangerous road conditions out there. AAA says if you can, it's best to just stay home. Stay off the roads if that's a possibility for you. If you do have to get up and out, go slow. You're also going to want to increase your following distance by at least 5 to 6 seconds. And when you brake, don't do it suddenly, do it slowly so you reduce your risk of sliding.
Well, Fox 45 Morning News tracking conditions on the roads and in your neighborhood.
That's right. In just a few minutes, meteorologist Amy Aronson is going to join us live from Rogers Forge in Baltimore County.
We begin with Shannon Lilly, and she is live in Harford County this morning. And you were speaking with somebody that was out there shoveling earlier. Any more activity out there, Shannon?
Yeah, a lot of people out here shoveling this morning, Tom and Patrice. The hard work is beginning. In fact, you can see those workers down there in their highlighter green. They've been hard at work for at least the last 30 minutes here, getting these sidewalks cleared. You can see where they have, done the work here on the ground. If you look down where the sidewalk is now clear. And then as we walk over to where the snow is, you can see the work that still needs to happen here. There's still a lot of accumulated snow here on the ground. You can see just how much right there. There's the sidewalk. So yeah, this is in Bel Air, right along Main Street. And these roadways have really been plowed over and over. We have seen these plows come through. They are doing the work to clear these roadways, and things are starting to look better. We were seeing just the slightest bit of flurries still, but it looks like it's really stopped at this point. So things are looking better. But now the work begins really this morning to clear up the sidewalks and the roadways. But we want to get over now to Amy Aronson, who's in Rogers Forge. And Amy, I know you saw some slutters in your last update. Are there any out there now?
Okay, Shannon, so they have all left, but that means I've got the sledding hill to myself. So I know you all are working hard in Harford County to get things cleared up. We're going to have a little fun on now what's a snow day here in Baltimore County. We're right by Dumbarton. As you can see, we've got a fresh blanket of snow. It's all clean. This is the time to go sledding. So I'm going to give it a try myself because it looked like the kids earlier were having a ton of fun. Now, I haven't done this in a couple of years. I think the last time I was here was 2 years ago when we got snow. So we'll give it a twirl this morning. See if I can get myself down the hill, guys, and not hit Kenny, my photographer. So here we go. Woo! Oh, no, Kenny, I don't want to hit you. Oh, my gosh, guys, so much fun. So if you are a kid and you are in Rogers Forge, please come join me this morning. Number one, the snow is great, but we also want to chat with you and see how you're planning to enjoy this snow day. So I need some buddies out here, guys.
Right,
that was fun.
Though.
Hopefully everyone will come join me.
As
the sun comes up.
Not
yeah, that was a thrill.
Talk.
Yeah, and you could have, Amy, that was great. You could have even said it. Don't kill Kenny.
Right. Oh my
South
God,
Park.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad Kenny.
Yes, Kenny's still there.
Does Kenny have a red jacket on?
All right, now we need to talk and actually show you a look at some of the stories that are making your headlines this hour. After the break, our Weather Alert Day coverage continues. We're checking to make sure Kenny's okay and also how our viewers are impacted by this winter weather system. Make sure you send those photos in for, oh yeah, Star Wars Battle in the Snow, come on. And let us know exactly what it looks like outside of your window.
And the 2024 legislative session is in full swing. After the break, the plans to tackle youth crime statewide, plus the concerns surrounding Governor Moore announcing his plans to combat crime. That's all still ahead in today's State House Spotlight. 7-11, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert this morning as we're continuing to track the winter storm system as it's slowly moving out of our area. On the left, a live look from our Chevy Storm Tracker, and on the right, that's a live look from our Lenstoller mobile track. We have some reporters, Olivia and Taylor, both cruising around all morning long, giving us details about what they're seeing out there. We'll get a live update on the road conditions plus any major incidents here in just a couple minutes. Almost a week into the Maryland legislative session, major questions remain on what the top priorities will be for the next 12 weeks, from crime and the youth accountability to paying for the massive budget and deficit. Joining us for this week's State House Spotlight, Democrat State Senator Jill Carter and Republican State Senator Justin Reedy. Senators, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Now I know the weather is not slowing you down. You'll still be in session. You were in session yesterday and last night. So my first question, though, is how will lawmakers be able to tackle, let's start with the budget and the big questions there in terms of what is looking ahead, because we know that there's a deficit. Senator Reedy, I kind of want to start with you first because I know you posted on Facebook just yesterday, I believe, or last night, talking about the deficit and the budget and how we're going to, that proposal coming from the governor.
Yeah, so we'll be hearing the governor's proposed budget in about the next week. He'll be presenting his budget, which is the normal pattern for doing that. And look, we have now a projected budget deficit this year and into the out years. We had a budget surplus, some of that built on federal funds that are being exhausted now. But the real issue is we don't have a revenue problem in Maryland. Our budget has more than doubled in the last 15 years as an overall top line figure. We have a commitment to spending problem. And the reason you have outlying budget deficits is because the General Assembly, through the last few years, has made commitments to long-term spending that now are coming due. Some of them were, frankly, over the previous governor's veto. Kerwin, for example, the education funding formula extends spending out. If we simply, and what I was talking about in the video you referenced, if we simply just slowed that rate of increase down, it would actually address a lot of the budget deficits we see. We just had a little. We need to take a top to bottom look at what we're spending and the programs we're spending, and make adjustments and live within our means.
Senator Reedy, you called out the Democrats on that other side because they have a majority in the legislative. So let's bring in the Democrat here. We've got Jill Carter, state senator. Also, Jill, he was saying that you guys are spending too much money, and it looks like you had set up plans when the money was coming in, and now that's what we're paying for.
So the funding that we're doing is necessary and long overdue when you talk about our public education system. For so many years, it's been embroiled in unconstitutional underfunding, long history of that. I don't need to make that case. But now we're finally on the track to adequately fund our education system. I think we need to do it. I think we have to look at cuts where we can cut. And I think that we need to also take a strong look at all of the massive tax breaks and incentives we give to wealthy corporations and developers.
Senator Reedy, your response.
Well, I think, it's not just the overcommitment to a dramatic escalation of education bureaucratic spending that's the issue. Senator Carter's right. There's a lot of areas where we have to look at what have we been doing for maybe many years? Is it working? And how can we make adjustments? The governor's talked about filling 10,000 vacant state jobs. Those jobs get funded whether there's people in them or not. It could be that some of those jobs we do need. We do need more people in certain positions, like in particularly like DJS and some other places. But we also could probably phase out some of those positions and defund them because they're vacant and save some money that way. But the long-term issue is the commitment is one of the long-term issues is that Kerwin formula, trying to get a little more flexibility and adjustment to maybe not accelerate it quite so fast. We already spend a tremendous amount of our budget on public education. The
other issue that we've been talking about for months now, almost this last year, we've seen youth crime. In fact, Senator Carter, I want to talk to you about the SINS petition process, where basically the children in need supervision. There's been some arguments and a lot of parents or guardians that have contacted Fox 45 saying, you've got 25 days for Department of Juvenile Services to start something and do something. It's not happening, and they're frustrated, and they're watching their children who they report 30 days, 6 months later, constantly reported back out and committing crimes. Is there any tweaking of that that we will see during this legislative session?
I don't know if we will. I'd be curious to hear from some of those parents because I think that we need those specific examples
to have data-driven responses. But, it's my understanding there is a maximum window of the 25-day response. And so if that's not happening, that's something that we need to look into. It may not be a tweak of the law. It may be a tweak of DJS, better resourcing them or whatever they need to do to perform their functions, their jobs well. But, I think, we talk about all of these things. It's not one thing. It's like all of the wraparound issues. And I think that when we talk about better resourcing our Department of Juvenile Services, which is what the governor has committed to. The governor has committed to a public safety plan of better retention and wellness for officers. Also committed to compensation for victims, greater compensation for victims. All of those things are going to play into our public safety moving forward.
Yeah, it may impact the budget, too, here in the next few weeks. Both of you...
I will say that I still do have my Nikila Strader bill again, which would actually make sins petitions mandatory in certain instances where children are not eligible to be prosecuted. And I think that's important to keep out there because as we talk about accountability, the Nikila Strader Memorial Act is one of those ways that we can get greater accountability.
Yeah, we're out of time. Senator Reedy, any response to the last comment?
Well, some of what Senator Carter said, I agree with some, but perhaps I don't. I do think that Governor Moore's stated instincts are actually good, but when he's rolled out the legislative package, a little bit of where's the beef. So we need to have a little more meat on the bones to have a little more accountability and consequences for actual criminal behavior, not just the aftermath. We want to help victims, for example, but that's more of an aftermath thing. We need more quick accountability and consequences for repeat criminal behavior. And I'm sure we'll get another chance to talk about that in the future.
Senator Carter, Senator Reedy, thank you.
All right, it's 7:21 now, and we need to get back to see what's happening on this weather alert day.
Yeah, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart busy today, and it looks like it's all leaving, at least out of Maryland.
Out of Maryland, but still, in its wake, the most significant snow accumulation in more than 2 years for the Baltimore region. So impressive nonetheless. You can see the back edge of the storm now, basically tracking all the way up into New York. And overall, New England is going to be the next to deal with that system. We're dealing with just a few trailing wintry showers, not much, just a little light bursts. So look for basically to shovel out and clear out just what has already fallen. I don't think we see any new accumulation, despite the fact our winter storm warning does technically run through 10 a.m. By the way, that was an upgrade from the winter weather advisory we had this time yesterday due to the storm basically starting to overperform a little bit, some of the modeling, and we ended up with 4-inch plus totals from Baltimore just south, 5-inch plus totals from Baltimore just north, and down in the southern Maryland, there was some more mixing involved, so there totals are held back just a little bit. Take a look. Boy, what a wintry sight for the Inner Harbor. Brings back some of the old memories, the snowpocalypse days, if you were around here for that. But nothing like that in terms of accumulation. Still an impressive event relative to the last 2 years. 28 right now at BWI on a north breeze. Many spots across the state finding just cloudy conditions or a few light snow showers. Overall, the trend today is for cold weather to hold, maybe brightening up a little bit. A little sun could break through this afternoon, but not much melting. Okay, the snow that goes away today will not be from some big belt. It's going to be through the old method, right? Basically elbow grease, shoveling and clearing, snow blowing and plowing. Cold, blustery conditions come in tonight, so anything that doesn't get cleared out today is going to refreeze tonight. That snow may harden up a bit by first thing tomorrow morning. You can see that overall the system continues to clear to the north. Colder air on the backside of this will come rolling into Maryland tonight with some blustery conditions and very cold start tomorrow for Wednesday. A bright day, but a day that will stay very cold, so that snowpack will hold as we go into the next 24 to 48 hours without much trouble. And boy, what a winter-like map across the country and a winter-like 7-day forecast here in Maryland. Tough to get out of the 30s anytime this week. In fact, back down in the 20s for that big game on Saturday.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network and some of the issues that we're seeing around the roads here. Live look over 695 in Halethorpe, where a vehicle fire was reported on the outer loop between 895 and 295, right at the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. That's just one of the incidents that are out there now. A lot of slowdowns all the way from along 70, 270, really BW Parkway, even all the way over the Bay Bridge and into Queenstown and Centerville area on the Eastern Shore. And let's take you out to the roads right now. In fact, Taylor Stewart is joining us live from our Len Stoller mobile track and what she has been experiencing over the last 3 hours now. Taylor, how's it look?
Oh, it's slick out here, Tom. Slick roads ahead of us and behind us throughout the morning. We went to check out some of those secondary roads, and you got to be mindful on those roads because there is still significant snow and ponding. But as we get back on the inner loop here, you're looking at an incident right here as we approach 695. We're told there's a vehicle fire that is being treated over here. As you can see, lanes in the southbound direction are being closed off. There's quite a backup of traffic as we pass by here. We are going to continue to follow these incidents on the roads and keep you updated, but that's the latest here for now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor.
We are here by Dumbarton and Rogers Forge, where we're at the main sledding hill and it's empty. So kids, I'm begging you, come sled with me this morning. We're going to find out how everybody's enjoying their snow day here in a couple of minutes.
Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert this morning after our first major snowfall in more than 2 years.
Many of our viewers are in photos of the snow in their area. Holly from Earlville sent us this photo. This is Cecil County, and she says by 1 a.m. this is what she had, about 4 inches of snow on her porch.
Lisa in Nottingham sent us this picture of her mini Australian Shepherd who loves to lay on the snow the way humans like to lay out on the beach.
That is funny. And check this out. Brian from Towson sent us this video. He says his family is defending the snowy empire.
Well, we want to see how you are waking up to the snow this morning. If you're headed out sledding, send us some pictures of that and where you are so we can find out if that's one of the coolest hills. You can share your photos and videos with us at Fox 45. Scan the QR code on your screen and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, after the breakout weather alert day coverage continues, look at that shot. It just looks snowy out there. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart will let us know if we can expect any more snow flurries, plus how cold it's going to be in the coming days. 7:29, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News is keeping you weather alert as we continue to track the first major snowfall that we've seen in more than 2 years. You're taking a live look over the Towson area on the right of your screen and then the Inner Harbor there on the left. Now, even though the snow is lightening up and in some areas has even stopped, it's only going to get colder in the coming hours.
Yeah, because of that cold, Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. City Health Department is reminding everyone to drink plenty of clear fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like young children and the elderly. And if it's too cold for you to be outside, it's also too cold for your pets. Remember to bring them indoors.
Well, this was the scene last night in Fells Point. You see the snow was coming down hard at that point. It was icy and slick on the roads. Saw a little of that this morning, too, but now the snow is clearing out. Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:32 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of people sleeping in this morning because of the school closures.
Wouldn't that be nice? We've got live team coverage this morning as Marylanders who do have to get up and out are dealing with the impacts of the winter weather maker.
Yeah, in fact, on the top left of your screen, you see Olivia Dan. She's out of the Chevy Storm Tracker. She's been cruising around all morning long. And the top right, Taylor Stewart still in the passenger seat there. She's live in her Len Stoller mobile track.
Then on the bottom, we've got Amy Aronson live in Baltimore County. Bottom right, we've got Shannon Lilly live in Harford County. They're checking out all the conditions throughout the neighborhoods this morning.
Yeah, and only one of them has been sledding, and that's Amy Aronson. So she's winning right now. We begin right here in our studio this morning with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and checking on the forecast.
That was an epic slide, Amy.
It was.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some more of that coming up. Look, the bottom line is, yes, we're on the back edge of the storm. Nothing more than a few wintry showers left here on HD radar, but you can see this was quite the system as it continued to ramp up really late last evening and then peaking through the overnight hours. Now we're really clearing out with just a few kind of trailing wintry showers. But overall, we will continue to look for drying conditions through the midday. But in the wake of this storm, 4, 5, and some spots even 6+ inches. And so this storm got everything that we thought it would, plus a little extra. You could say it overperformed somewhat. It's a couple of bonus inches out there for you. And so that's where we have to be careful on those secondary roads. There's going to be a lot of shoveling out today. Driveways, sidewalks, and temps are not really going to go much above freezing. So you're not going to get much help from Mother Nature in terms of melting this snow if you're trying to clear it. It will be a great sledding day, though. Enjoy that. We'll talk much more about some colder air set to arrive. Coming up.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. And your Len Stoller Traffic Network taking a live look here, 695 northbound, where there's not a lot of volumes on the roads, but there are unbelievable amounts of incidents happening right now. So 895 and 695's interchange, there's a vehicle fire on the right-hand side that's causing some Gawker delays there. All 3 tunnels have markers on them. And then we have 95 north right near Skaggsville Road. There's a slowdown there on the left. 2 lanes are blocked north of Baltimore City in heading up on 95 right in the Abingdon area. There's multiple ones north and south indicators because of cars off. Also, we have disabled in the roadway right at Ricetown Road in 695's inner loop. These are all causing some delays. So these are just some of the few that we've named. You may want to just make sure you take your time as you're cruising along this morning. Now we want to get out to Olivia Dan. She's live she was live outdoor now, and you were going to Eldersburg. Did you make it there in the Chevy Storm Tracker, Olivia?
No, Tom, we haven't made it there quite yet. We're going to head there after this, but right now we are just off of Green Spring Avenue. We stopped by in a neighborhood here, stepped out of the Chevy Storm Tracker, and you can see neighborhoods still, they've been cleared, but, with all the cars, it's hard to navigate around here, and many of these cars are still covered with snow. So I want to bring you around to the back of the trunk here because many people are probably going to be potentially heading out to work this morning. We know a lot of schools are canceled, but if you are going to be heading out the door, some things we want to remind you to pack in your car. This morning I packed a shovel. Always a good idea. You never know what kind of situation you could be in here. Also, speaking of all the snow on the cars, we brought a snow scraper. So we spent the morning clearing our Chevy Storm Tracker off with this. This is definitely a tool that you're going to want to need. And then just some things to keep in mind too. Extra waters, a blanket. We packed a blanket. I have snow pants in there. So these are all things that you never know what the situation could be in, when the road conditions are like this. So definitely want to pack all of that. But As far as the road conditions, we're going to get back out there soon, but the roads were definitely a lot better than they were just a couple hours ago. Just make sure that you're taking it very slow and giving yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. But now we're going to go check in with Taylor. She's in our Lens Solar mobile track. Good morning, Taylor, and how are the conditions where you are?
Good morning, Olivia. Good on you for getting out there. And I want to add to your list things to have this morning. A good cup of coffee. You want to stay alert on these roads today as we head down 10 southbound, heading back towards the Baltimore area, leaving Glen Burnie. You can see a vehicle right here as we approach off to the shoulder here. We've seen quite a few vehicles just doing the exact same. But if you look at the road, just to take a closer look, they're slick, you guys. There's definitely some accumulation out there, although crews have been treating. You'll find these sloshy areas that create the potential for you to potentially swerve or make a turn that you don't want to make or overcorrect while you drive. Those are the kind of things you want to keep in mind today. So if you don't have to leave, don't. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, let's take a look at the school closing list because there are more and more as the morning goes along. On this list, they now include Anne Arundel County, Allegheny, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Caroline, Carroll, Cecil, Charles, Harford, Howard now on that list, Garrett, Kent, Montgomery, Prince George's, Queen Anne's, and Talbot County schools are all closed.
Yeah, and then the 2-hour delays, there's actually just 3 of them. Frederick, Calvert, and St. Mary's. That's it. Everybody else, though, you are switched over to close. And, of course, if that updates, we will update you as soon as we see that. It's on the bottom ticker right there. We're constantly updating all morning long for all of you. And, yeah, we're getting ourselves adjusted here, too. So we've been sitting in these chairs for quite some time.
We have been. All right, Fox 45 Morning News is tracking the conditions on the roads and in your neighborhoods.
Yeah, in just a few minutes, meteorologist Amy Aronson. She will be joining us live from Rogers Forge in Baltimore County.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly live in Harford County this morning. And what's it looking like out there? No kids heading to school in that area.
No, in fact, pretty much everything is still closed here, Patrice and Tom. Like all of these businesses here, some of them would probably naturally be closed. It's still early in the morning, but the coffee shop over there, coffee bar, that is still closed, likely due to weather because they typically open at 7 this morning. So still looking very wintry here. But if you take a look down at the sidewalk, you can see the hard work that's been done this morning. So this all was covered in snow. We've seen a lot of people out shoveling the snow. And I'm actually told that a whole team is heading out this way very shortly. So hopefully we're going to be able to speak with more of them. And you can see the work that they still have to do here. These sidewalks are still covered in snow, and we've been showing you this morning. Oh, and look at that. There is ice underneath this snow. That is slick. So you can see that there. That's not something that you want to run on, obviously, and you want to be careful. So conditions still very wintry, roads still dicey. Now we want to get over to Amy Aronson, who's in Rogers Forge. And Amy, how are things over there?
Yeah, it's similar here. We're starting to see folks come out and kind of clean up now and start shoveling as we get some daylight here. We're still awaiting sledders, so we actually came across the street where neighbors are out and about now. Folks are walking their dogs. We've got Janice Moore over here. She has been shoveling. She knows the trick. Yeah, and what do you guys think? We haven't seen snow like this in a couple of years. You excited?
I am excited. It's nice to have this here. Seven loves it. The kids will be out here sledding and stuff like that. So it'll be like, it's a couple of years since we've gone through something like this. So enjoying this. It's nice.
Yeah. Did you miss shoveling?
Yes, because it's the weight training my doctor wants me to have. No, because it is heavy.
It is heavy, but you said what you do is you get out and get it done early, right? So that way it's safe for the kids as they head sledding later on today.
And it just, yes, as it packs down, it becomes like ice as the days, it heats and goes. So that's the other reason, safety. For people walking, you know, I have a dog, and so walking the dogs, it makes it easier.
It's a nice neighborly thing to do.
Well, it's also the law.
And that too. And you have a prime house for watching the sledding that will be going on later today. What's it like watching the kids out enjoying a snow day?
It is just, it's great hearing the screaming and the yelling, and you know, and then you hear how the kids did their strategy of, well, you know, I did this and over there is better, and then as the day goes on, they go around the whole area, right up in there, you just see it's just covered.
That's awesome.
And it's fun. And when our kids were small, it's like I said, I used to open the door and say, go, see ya.
Wears them out for the day,
It
right?
does, it does.
Well, yesterday there were kids sledding. It was practically grass up here. I'm like, could you just wait till tomorrow? It's going to be a lot more fun.
Yeah, well, we can't wait. We have a feeling that hill's going to be packed later on today. Thank you guys both for chatting with us this morning. Enjoy the snow and stay safe. Yes, stay safe, everyone. So Tom, Patrice, while we await the sledders, we're just catching up with neighbors here. But it seems like the vibe is that people are kind of excited to see some of the white stuff. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Yeah, now that everyone's home and they're safe there and they're drinking the coffee and just kind of slowly shoveling, well, anytime snow hits, you can have up-to-the-minute forecasts right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Search WBFF in your app store. We'll be right back. It's 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all snow, all morning. All right, good morning. I'm Wyatt Everhart. If you're just joining us this morning, looking out the window, yeah, several inches of snow last night for the Baltimore area. Radar beginning to clear out, just a few wintry showers left. But as we begin to shovel out and plow everything through the day, we're talking about temperature staying just a few degrees above freezing, so not much melting. We'll talk about even some colder air on the way and the latest on the storm coming up in just a few more minutes. Stay right here on Fox 45.
All right, I want to get a check of the radar here, bring this into focus, because right now we see overall the trend is improving, though there is a bit of a wintry band setting up. So I just wanted to reset my map view back there because you can kind of see we got a little trailing band. Now, radar indicating this is a mixed band. I think maybe a little bit of ice pellet action mixed in with the snow and perhaps even a few raindrops. This is light. This is not going to really change. 6+ inches. And as you go further south, we did have a little more mixing. Southern Maryland had a little more mixing early in the storm, as well as the lower eastern shore. Their totals were somewhat subdued, but still the first significant accumulation, even for Southern Maryland, in more than 2 years. Boy, what a wintry look across Baltimore this morning, huh? That is something we have not seen for some time. Going to go all the way back to 2 Januaries ago. 29 right now at BWI. Winds are north at 6, and we are below freezing in just about all points and don't expect them to go much above freezing through the course of the day. So not much of a melt on tap as we struggle into the mid-30s this afternoon. Snow does end, but it just basically stays wintry out there as we dig out and plow out from the snow that has come down. Colder, blustery air set to move in tonight, so a freeze over of anything that does slush up today. Be aware there's going to be some slick spots first thing on your Wednesday. There may be some delays with that. And then we go dry until Friday around here. We get another system bringing some wintry type weather to the state. Right now, we said area of low pressure continuing to move off to the north into New England. Behind the system, we're talking about basically just a few stray snow showers. Most of the heavier snow now well up into New England. On the back side of the system, much colder air wrapping into the state. And so we'll continue to feel the chill, so to speak, over the next several days, staying generally below freezing until probably Thursday afternoon. So, yes, the big chill that has enveloped the entire central part of the country, getting a big taste of that here beginning tonight, in particular in Maryland. I will say this, that overall, we won't get into the coldest of this year, but still a night or two in the teens certainly make its presence felt. That snowpack tends to make those overnight lows colder. By the way, it holds daytime high temperatures down a bit. Still some sunshine through the midweek. Our next chance for wintry weather coming Friday. And interestingly enough, we get the warm weather. Houston Texans coming in here Saturday for one of the coldest days of the outlook, only in the upper 20s for M&T Bank Stadium for game day Saturday.
Well, thank you, Wyatt. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We've been tracking an accident that happened in Halethorpe this morning. Good news if you're heading in that direction. Look at this. It's opened up and lane restrictions have been lifted on the outer loop. Still some issues, though. 95 in Clayton, southbound, and then northbound. Right before you get to Belcamp, there's weather closures because they're having some issues with ponding and then refreezing on the 95. So there's some issues there. And then the one incident that's happening in Pikesville, disabled in one of the middle lanes there. So before they can get that, that's on the inner loop right at Reisterstown Road. So there's some slowdowns for you. And then also make sure you're watching because BW Parkway southbound, there's some slowdowns, but they just moved some of those roads to, and that's actually opened up now. So some good news there.
Hollywood is back after the break. Mark Clark is joining us live in studio with the big winners from last night's Emmy Awards.
Oh, if you watched it last night, you're going to definitely need some caffeine this morning.
I was asleep,
yes.
But still time for a coffee break.
7:54 and Fox 45 News keeping you weather alert as we continue tracking the first major snowfall that we've seen in more than 2 years. Live look over Towson on the left side of your screen, the Inner Harbor on the right. Even though the snow is lightening up or even gone, it's only going to get colder in the coming hours. Be sure to stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long as we continue bringing you the latest updates on this winter weather system.
Trending now, last night's Primetime Emmy Awards honored all of the amazing shows of 2023. The award show was pushed back from September due to the writers and actors strikes.
Mark Clark joining us live here in studio this morning with the evening's big winners. Mark.
That's right. Give me that prompter. A lot of cleavage and a lot of crying last night. And that was the fellas. I've been working on that joke all night. Okay, anyway, Emmys last night, big winners. Succession took home a trophy for Outstanding Drama Series, while The Bear took home Best Comedy Series. RuPaul's Drag Race won Best Reality Competition Show, and Elton John is now an EGOT winner after he took home the Emmy for Best Live Variety Special. Now to the acting awards, Jeremy Allen White took home Best Lead Actor in Comedy Series for his role in The Bear, while Quinta Brunson won Best Lead Actress in Comedy Series for her role in Abbott Elementary. Kieran Culkin won Outstanding Actor in Drama Series, and Sarah Snook won. Sarah Snook won. I'm sorry. Outstanding Actress in a Drama Series, both for their roles in Succession, which is my favorite, okay? For more on the night's big winners, plus a closer look at the red carpet outfits, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com, and see all of that.
Thank you, Mark. After the break, our weather alert day continues. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhard letting us know if we can expect any more snow flurries, plus how cold it is going to be in the coming days.
Sit on. And we are here in Rogers Forge this morning where we are testing out the sledding conditions. Let's see if I can get moving here this morning. We'll give it a test run. We want everyone to come out and join us. Let us know how you're enjoying your snow day. Woo! Head over to foxbaltimore.com and send us your pictures there.
We are weather alert as this winter storm that traveled across the United States makes its way through Maryland.
That's right. Flakes falling throughout the night and into this morning, causing communities to measure the totals in inches. Plow crews doing their best to clear roads all across the region.
We are out on those roads as well. Our team tracking up-to-the-minute conditions for you to help keep you weather aware.
And we are tracking the radar pictures as we see the storm clearing Maryland. In its wake, multiple inches of snow, the biggest snow system we've had in more than 2 years.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to all of you on this Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Just after 8 o'clock now, and our live team coverage of this winter system continues.
That's right. Kids are all across the state are going back to bed, but our Fox 45 team has been up and tracking the up-to-the-minute conditions across the region. Olivia Dance is in our Chevy Storm Tracker. Taylor Stewart is in our mobile track. They're keeping tabs on the efforts to treat the roads that you may need to use as you're getting up and out in the day.
Let's take a look at our team coverage here because we are out in your neighborhood as well. We have Shannon Lilly and meteorologist Amy Aronson. They will both join us live over the next hour with a close look at cleanup from this impactful winter storm here.
Well, right now, we want to start with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and a look at the forecast and if this snow is now behind us in terms of what's coming, and we just deal with what's on the ground.
Patrice, Megan, I think for the most part, the storm is behind us now. Not the impact of the storm, but the actual new precipitation, not much left. Just a few wintry type showers coming down here as we take a peek at HD radar. Most of that heavy snow has now moved well up into places like Scranton, PA. But there are some trailing wintry, even mixed showers now impacting the central part of the state. This will not add any new accumulation, but boy, the accumulations we've had already more than anticipated in many spots because the storm really did overperform somewhat. So 4 to 5 inch totals for much of the Baltimore region. There are pockets with higher totals north toward the state line and a little bit less where there was mixing in southern Maryland. These air temps at and below freezing by quite a bit. 26 now in Cockeysville, 26 in Gaithersburg, at Elkton at 26. It's going to take a while for any melting to occur today. Overall, I think the snowpack we have is going to hold up for the several days to come. And there is a deep freeze on the way tonight. We're going to talk much more about that colder air coming in just a couple.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Take a look at this. Calvert, Frederick, St. Mary's counties, they are still planning to be 2 hours late. All other Maryland school districts are closed today. For that complete list, you can check out that ticker that you see scrolling on the bottom of your screen right now, or you could always head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Anytime snow hits, you can always have the up-to-the-minute forecast right at your fingertips. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app, search WBFF in your app store.
All right, let's take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. What many people are wondering here, we are getting word that the accident that we've been following in Halethorpe has now been cleared. So some good news on that end this morning as we take a live look at some of the road conditions out there. Crews have done a fabulous job getting the snow, that sleet off the roadways. Still slick out there, so to keep that in mind, but much more passable than what we've seen. Now, from here in our studio, we want to go to Olivia Dance. She is live in Westminster from our Chevy Storm Tracker with what it's like out in that neck of the woods. Olivia, the conditions look so much better. How does it feel driving, though?
Yeah, good morning, Megan. And you said it. You said that the plow crews have done an excellent job of clearing these roads, and they really have. Throughout the morning, we've seen the roads get better and better. There are still some areas that you wanna watch out for. I'd say for the most part, the highways are good and some of the main roads. But if you're in neighborhoods on back roads, you definitely want to take it slow because there are some areas that definitely still have snow on them. Right now, we're off of Liberty Road in Carroll County, making our way towards Eldersburg, actually. So here, the roads also look pretty good. But again, you just want to make sure you're taking it slow because throughout the morning, we have seen a couple cars that have spun out on the side of the road and they were getting assistance. So we're also seeing a lot of plow trucks out and about. Earlier, when we were in Westminster, we stopped by the State Highway Administration location there, and we saw the plow trucks refueling and getting more salt. So they're out and about doing a great job. And if you have to be out and about, again, just give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going because you're probably going to have to brush off your car, and you're going to want to definitely go below the speed limit. But now we want to get over to Taylor, who's in our Len Stoller mobile track. Good morning, Taylor. How are the conditions where you are, and where are you right now?
Good morning, Olivia. Yeah, that's right. We are leaving the Brooklyn Park area, getting ready to jump on 895 here in Baltimore, and those conditions are icy. As we've told you all morning, certain roads have been treated, others have been not. And as we continue to drive here, we've seen a lot of those back roads that are still very slick this morning. We're driving incredibly cautious. We're not going above 30 miles per hour, and most cars are heeding to that caution. That is what we can report here. But as you get out, as you make your way on the roads here today, just be sure to add that additional time. We're going to go on the highway and freeway and just make sure the roads are clear and crews are continuing to work, and look at some of the accidents and problem spots that have been reported throughout the morning. Back to you for now.
A warning now for drivers as the snow and ice makes for some dangerous road conditions out there. AAA says it is best to stay home. Stay off the roads if you can today. Now, if you have to go out, take it slow. Also, increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds. When you brake, do so slowly to reduce your risk of sliding. Be careful.
While part of our team is out on the roads, others are keeping tabs on conditions in your neighborhoods. Shannon Lilly is live in Harford County this morning with what it's looking like out there. Shannon, I see pavement, so that's some good news, but still lots of snow.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of improvement out here, Patrice and Megan. We do see the pavement, and that is thanks to the hard work of these snow shovelers like Sean over here, who has been working to clear this entire sidewalk. So we want to speak with him. Sean, good morning, and thanks so much for speaking with us. So we know that you've had your work cut out for you this morning. Tell us who you're with and how long you've been out here.
Started at 3:30 this morning over at the old Aegis building, Spartan Services.
Wow.
And making our way through the Bel Air.
Wow. So where are you going next?
Into Jarrettsville. Got a couple places up there.
Okay. What's the hardest part?
The shoveling.
Right.
when we actually get snow.
Right. Yes. Yeah. What makes this such a difficult task?
Not just the bending over and shovel.
Yeah.
It being a little wetter, you know.
And I've noticed that there's a lot of slick areas still, even with you shoveling. There's a lot of what looks to be black ice on the ground, if you can see there. So even though there's no snow in the area, it's kind of deceiving, right? When you're walking, it's still slick.
Yes. Even though we pre-salted yesterday.
Yeah, you guys have been doing the work.
Yeah. Try to stay ahead of it.
Well, we appreciate that and your hard work, and thanks so much for speaking with us, Sean. Good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you for being out here.
Take
Have
care.
A good day.
Take care. So yeah, that's what we've been seeing all throughout the morning. A lot of people shoveling snow. I mean, you see a snow plow go by right here on the street there, and we have seen them throughout the morning. I would say almost every other vehicle that we have seen go by has been a snowplow or some kind of vehicle working to clear the area. So things are getting better, but it's still not ideal, but beautiful though, and it looks very wintry out here. We're going to continue to monitor these conditions, but for now, Megan and Patrice will send it back into you.
All right. And those guys they're definitely working hard. Baltimore City will be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The city health department is reminding people to drink plenty of fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and elderly. And if it is too cold for you to be outside, that means it is also too cold for your pets. Don't leave them out there. You need to bring them indoors.
Still to come this hour, the first big win in the race for the White House belongs to Donald Trump. How last night's Iowa caucus victory could affect the former president's chances of returning to the White House.
And we're here in Rogers Forge this morning, where we are finally joined by some sledders. We'll show you the snowy scene here and let you know how kids are enjoying their snow day in just a couple of minutes.
All right, thanks, Amy. It's going to be a great sledding day out there for those that have that 4-day weekend now. And by the way, the back edge of the storm now finally pulling out of Maryland. Will detail what you can expect next, straight ahead.
And taking a look at our Len Stoller traffic network before we head to break here, we are getting reports of that disabled tractor trailer on the inner loop in Pikesville. But as of right now, our cameras in that region aren't showing any signs of slowing down. Keep it in mind if you're heading that way. We'll keep you updated on this incident and others across the region here this morning on this weather alert day. It's 8:09 on Fox 45 Morning.
All right, after such a relatively mild start to this winter, it really did ramp up as we got into the last 24 hours here, right? We've got accumulations on the ground, the back edge of the storm, still providing a few mixed showers to the state. Overall, those will be clearing, but we're going to be set for a cold, wintry day across Maryland, only into the mid-30s out there as we clear the skies a little bit. And a deep freeze is on the way again tonight. We'll talk about that shot of Arctic air much more in detail coming up.
Right, Wyatt, thank you. From our studio to on the ground, we are tracking the changing weather conditions all across our state today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is in Baltimore County this morning, and she's been sledding, she's been shoveling, she's been cleaning cars. You've done it all today.
I'm taking full advantage of a snow day. It's been a while since we've seen snow here in the Baltimore area. And right now I'm joined by two lucky kids who have a snow day. The first one you guys have seen in quite some time. Maddie and Sonia are with us this morning. How excited were you when you woke up and found out you don't have to go to school today?
Yesterday, it said that it was a 2-hour delay, and I was hoping for the whole day off, but now it is.
Now it is. Okay, how do you plan to spend your snow day?
Probably sledding.
Yeah, I see you guys are out early getting a start. What's the sledding conditions like? I see you guys have done a couple of runs already. What do you think?
I think they're pretty good.
Pretty good? What makes for a good sled run?
The snow definitely has to be thick enough so that you don't get stopped if it's too thin.
Right.
And it's also not too icy.
Okay. And we're right here by Dumbarton. I was asking you guys, what's the best sledding hill around? You think it's this one, right? Why is that?
Because it's pretty steep and it gets a lot of snow.
Okay, you want to show us your skills? Are you girls going to race?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, let's do it. Let's see. Let's see how it is. Show us, show the kids at home what it's like. Maybe they'll come join us this morning. Okay, ready, set, go! Woo! They are expert sledders, and nice finishes there too. Nice work, ladies. If you are out enjoying a snow day, we want to see your pictures. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com. Now, stay tuned for more snow coverage coming up. Of course, we've got you covered all around the region. We'll give you a look at the roads, and Wyatt's in studio, keeping you posted on what to expect for the rest of the day too. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News is keeping you weather alert this morning as we continue to track this winter storm system. On the left there, you see, on the right there, you see a live look from our Chevy Storm Tracker. The right, you've got a live look from our Lynn Stoller mobile track. And then in just a few minutes, we're going to give you a live update on road conditions, plus any major incidents.
8:17, and right now there are 5 suspects charged in connection to the deadly Brooklyn Day mass shooting. And while the trials, or trial if they are held together, are inching closer, at this point the police investigation has failed to find any evidence to charge any of them with murder. This despite the fact that we know there were dozens of eyewitnesses that day. This morning we want to check back in with law enforcement expert Mari Richards, joining us live to weigh in on this continued silence. Mari, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
So why do you think that there is still no evidence to charge anyone at this point, again, given the fact that there were so many eyewitnesses there?
Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is the drug dealers that really control Brooklyn homes. So there's a stop snitching culture that intimidates law-abiding citizens. And what's really bad is the Safe Streets workers and that program are part of that culture. They don't cooperate with the police. They don't share information. They don't report crimes, and they're being paid with taxpayer money. So
is it just this instance that you feel Safe Streets has not played a strong role in helping, or is this widespread?
No, I think it's all over. Just look at West Baltimore. You know, last year, Brandon Scott was saying how great it was because murders were reduced. Now it's the worst, most dangerous part of the city.
Let me ask you this, Mari, just because you have such a great policing background to be able to answer this question. Let's say that was an issue out there, that there is still a stop snitching culture. How do you police that and get to the root of it and find suspects?
Well, first of all, you go to the root of the problem. Safe Streets is leading by example. So if average people see that it's okay that they get paid not to cooperate, there's no motivation for law-abiding citizens to step in there. So first you eliminate that bad example. And Safe Streets is a corrupt organization. It's not pro-victim. It's not pro-police. It only helps criminals.
Well, Mari, we thank you for you weighing in and giving us your insight.
Thank you, Megan.
All right, it's 8:20 now, and we need to get back over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
We're at the point where the roads are starting to get a little bit better, and kids are now running outside to sled, if possible.
Yeah, it's going to be a great sledding day, I'll say that. We're on the back edge of the storm. We are still seeing a few wintry showers kind of trailing into the back side of the system, but overall, things are improving pretty quickly out there in terms of new precipitation coming down, just some snow showers and a few mixed showers south and east of Baltimore. The main storm now has tracked out of the area. In its wake, though, we have had quite an accumulation, though, and our winter storm warning does technically extend through 10 a.m. Look at the reports out there, 4 or 5 inches on average, right around the immediate Baltimore area. So light powdery snow, and the system did overperform somewhat overnight. We had pockets to 5 to 7 inches up near the state line. And southern Maryland, where there's a little more mixing south of D.C., slightly lower totals, 3-4 inches down that way. Look at this very wintry shot across the immediate Baltimore region. And this is just, again, more than 2 years since we've had an accumulation like this. 29 degrees right now, below freezing, expecting to stay below freezing for the next several hours. We may ultimately climb to, 3-4 degrees above the freezing mark, say 36 late this afternoon. Then even colder air blasts its way in tonight as that storm continues to move further and further away from the state. So snow tapering off as we go through these mid-morning hours. Then it's a cold, blustery scenario as Arctic air arrives into the state tonight. And overall, I think we're dry until about Friday when we may see another round of wintry showers into the state. But this was, again, a fairly significant system ultimately, and that colder air is going to continue to funnel in on the back side of this system. So be ready for cold yet clear conditions tonight. bright Wednesday, but a Wednesday that is going to be much colder, never above freezing. So looking for that refreeze scenario overnight and into those morning hours tomorrow. We'll expect, again, a very cold night down into the teens. 7-day forecast shows basically just more winter-like temperatures here in the outlook. Slightly milder Thursday. A wintry system possible Friday, looks fairly mild, and then a cold game day Saturday for the Ravens.
Right, Wyatt, thank you. We want to take a look at our Len Stoler traffic network as this winter weather starts to move on out of here. Amazingly, here at this point, we've gotten to the point where there are no more major incidents or delays in our region, at least at this time. Hopefully, folks just staying inside. This is a snowy live look over 695 in Ruxton, and look at that. Just a few cars out there moving along just fine. See some pavement out there now. It is 8:23, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Fox 45 is keeping you weather alert this morning after our first major snowfall in more than 2 years.
Many of our viewers have been sending in photos of the snow that they're waking up to. Holly from Earlville sent us this photo. That is in Cecil County right there. She says by 1 a.m. there was about 4 inches of snow right there on her porch. Lisa in Nottingham sent us this picture of her mini Australian Shepherd there who loves to lay on the snow the way humans like to lay on the beach, happy and content.
And then check this out. Brian from Towson sent us this video. He says his family is defending the snowy empire.
That is awesome. Look at how it reflects on the snow. We'd love to see what you're waking up to this morning. You can share your photos and your videos with us here at Fox 45. Just scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com, where you can upload all of your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla. Stay with Fox 45 Morning News as we continue to keep you updated on the conditions following our first major snowfall in 2 years.
And taking a live look over Baltimore this morning as winter weather grips the region, the latest on the road conditions as our weather alert continues.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Tuesday. It's January 16th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out where the snow is right now and how much you got.
Exactly. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, he's been timing it out for us, letting us know where we are and what's next.
It's interesting to think, guys, that the opening salvo of the storm was literally this time yesterday. And so now 24 hours later, we're getting the back edge of the storm, the last kind of burst, if you will, last trailing wintry showers on the backside of the system. But I don't think any more really additional accumulation. We're just talking about, again, just kind of, brief burst of flurry action, maybe even a few mixed showers, especially south and east over the Chesapeake. Totals were impressive out of the storm. A couple of bonus inches over our projections, actually, 4 to 5 inches around the immediate Baltimore area and just south, but points north actually picking up many spots up around 6 inches. And temperatures out there now running way below freezing in most of central Maryland. It's going to be a slow climb temperature-wise today, so we are not going to see any kind of big melt as you shovel out, dig out, plow out. That's how we're going to have to move this snow around manually. It's not going to be some kind of big melt. In fact, an Arctic blast coming in tonight. We'll talk more about that straight ahead.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoler traffic network here, and amazingly, we've seen things really improving. No incidents or delays to report here at this time. I think many folks are taking advice and staying inside. Just be careful as we take a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. You can see it's still wet out there, even though the snow's been cleared and could still be slick. Well, take a look at this list here. Calvert, Frederick, and St. Mary's counties, they are all still planning to be 2 hours late today, but all other Maryland schools, every one of them are closed today. For a complete list, you can check out our ticker. You see it scrolling right there at the bottom of your screen, or you can always go to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 Morning News, tracking conditions on the roads and, of course, in your neighborhood.
That's right. In just a few minutes, meteorologist Amy Aronson will be joining us live from Rogers Forge in Baltimore County.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She is live in Harford County this morning and has been hanging out with some people that were shoveling and cleaning up the sidewalk. Sounds like it's still active out there.
Oh, it's very active, Tom. Yes, all over Bel Air, you'll see people shoveling, digging out. That's what we're seeing here along North Main Street. And you can see they have made a lot of progress here. This entire sidewalk was fully covered with some pretty thick snow here, and you can see how they've made just so much progress. And we want to bring in Ryan here, who's been working hard. How long have you guys been working for?
About 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 7
Some
a.m.
people even that we spoke to were out here around 2:30 a.m. So it's been,
on my
it's
way
been
in, there was already a lot of parking lots and sidewalks paved. So, overall, it's a light, fluffy snow, so easy to move around.
Good
for the first of the year. Give us some practice.
Right, and it's been a while, right?
Oh yeah, I think I bought a snowblower in like 2017 and haven't used it yet. So.
Oh my God, so you finally get to use it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people I heard felt like they jinxed themselves by buying something maybe 2-3 years ago and then, hey, we don't have any snow, now Here it is.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your hard work, and I know you've got a lot more shoveling to do, so we'll let you get to it.
Go Ravens.
Go Ravens. Thanks, Ryan. So yeah, again, that's what we're seeing out here in Bel Air, but conditions are getting a bit better. Now we want to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, who's in Rogers Forge, and I know a lot of people shoveling and digging out over there too, right, Amy?
That's right. But right now we're going to have some fun. I'm here with a group of kids who are pretty excited about having a snow day today. First of all, you guys have been sledding for a while. Are you cold?
No.
No. Okay, what are sledding conditions like today? Are they good? What do you think?
They're good. I think the snow's a little powdery, which is good because you can slide down really quick.
It's also really thick. Really thick? Okay. How excited were you to wake up and have a snow day today?
I'm really excited. I could barely breathe.
Yeah. Really excited?
Me and my brother woke up at 6 just to go outside and shovel for our dad because he has work today.
Oh, that was so nice of you.
I was so excited. I accidentally wiggled out of my bed and I fell.
Oh no, that is pretty exciting.
I couldn't go to sleep. I was just like, please have a snow day.
I was really excited because I woke up really early. I woke up my mom. She didn't really get up, but I was like outside like shoveling and helping people until I heard them went sledding, so I came over here.
Okay, well now we're out here to do some sledding. So we're gonna do some sledding, right? Are you guys ready? I'm gonna join you. Okay, wait for me. I'm nervous. These guys are pros. I'll come at the end here. Are you all ready? Everybody get ready on their sled. Woo! Okay, we're gonna do it on a count of 3. Okay, let me get my sled ready. Are you all ready? Ooh, you're going belly first? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Woo! Oh no! That was pretty fun. So we're gonna keep hanging out here. How was it, guys? What do you think? Yeah. Woo! We did it! Hopefully everybody else is having fun at home like us. If you are, send us your pictures or videos. FOX45.com is the way to do that. What did you guys think? I was the slowest, but I kept up with them, right?
You got to get the running start like those other two.
Run and dive. That was the way to go.
Oh, man, this is the time.
Gotta go belly first.
Some of these kids have been waiting years to do this.
Never seen
Amy,
it.
thank you so much. Anytime snow hits, which seems to be once every couple of years now, you can have up-to-the-minute forecast right at your fingertips here. Download the Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just search WBFF in your app store. Well, this morning, 2 Baltimore City teachers are accused of helping students cheat during mandatory testing.
Project Baltimore's Chris Pabs joins us this morning with more on those allegations. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. So these are internal investigations that we obtained through a public records request with Baltimore City Public Schools. We do this every once in a while just because we want to see what Baltimore City Public Schools is investigating concerning their own employees. Complaints come in, they investigate them, and then they determine if the allegations happened or not. And what we found in the latest batch that we got, that we'll be revealing over the next couple days, more of these, is that there were 2 teachers in Baltimore City Schools that were accused of helping students cheat in these mandatory assessments that the city school system gives to students. In both of the allegations, it was confirmed that the teachers did help the students cheat, and those teachers no longer work for Baltimore City Public Schools. Now, we spoke to a teacher who was there for 32 years. She retired last year, and she said that the situation in Baltimore City when it comes to these types of tests, these mandatory assessment tests, is very lackadaisical. Kids are on their phones, which allow them to possibly look up the answers if they want to. They're not supposed to be on phones. Sometimes the students are in groups when they're supposed to be taking these tests individually. She said the environment is certainly there for there to be cheating on these tests. Now, she specifically said she didn't see any cheating, but she saw the opportunity for it to happen. So we reached out to city schools. We asked them on Thursday about these allegations and about the investigations. They said they could not get a statement to us by even this morning or yesterday. So as of now, we still don't have a statement from Baltimore City Schools on this. We're now, 5 days later? But as soon as we get one, we're going to post it on our website, foxbaltimore.com. You can see what Baltimore City Schools is saying about these allegations, the confirmed allegations of teachers cheating on these tests.
All right, Chris, we'll be following along with this. Thank you. Well, the results are in from the Iowa caucus. Later on, the biggest winners and losers and what's next for GOP presidential hopefuls.
And Fox 45 News will be keeping you up to date on everything weather-related as the icy conditions continue in Maryland. Extreme cold in the city, too. Code blue. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking the rest of the work week and how that's shaping up. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
All right, just a few trailing wintry showers on the back edge of this winter storm that really brought in some significant snow overnight tonight. Now, as we go forward in time today, it's all about temperatures. Barely getting above that freezing mark, but pretty quiet weather to dig out, plow out, or just go sledding. I will say this, as we go into the nighttime hours, anytime after about 5, 6 o'clock, the leading edge of some much colder air begins to come in. We wake up tomorrow in the teens, so there will be a big refreeze tonight, maybe some icy areas to watch out for first thing tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the setup for tomorrow and beyond. It's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. From our live center now this morning, it is official. The first big win in the race for the White House belongs to Donald Trump. Taking you live to Iowa here this morning, where we just witnessed the lowest turnout caucus in a quarter century as winter weather ripped through that state. You can see the snow blanketing that area, bringing dangerous driving conditions for voters in that area. But at the end of the night, those who did vote, those who made it to the polls, matching what we have seen in polls, as Trump was declared the winner just about 30 minutes after the caucuses started, giving him a strong start in the race for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination there. Trump getting an additional boost when Vivek Ramaswamy suspended his campaign and instantly endorsed the former president. Not to be overlooked how far behind Ron DeSantis finished in second place, despite visiting all 99 counties and getting a coveted endorsement from the governor. So where does he go from here?
I think people are going to say there's only two possible nominees, Donald Trump or Governor DeSantis. We're the only ones that have strong support amongst bedrock Republican conservative voters.
Nikki Haley, meantime, landing third, but pundits say she is much better positioned than DeSantis in New Hampshire and South Carolina.
Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare.
Taking you live now to the White House. The next step for candidates in making this their new home happens January 23rd for the New Hampshire primary. Maryland's presidential primary, meantime, is set for May 14th. That's the latest from our live center.
Well, coming up after the break, Maryland transportation expert will be joining us to weigh in on storm cleanup efforts as they're battling the snowy conditions in and around our area.
The plows are out working to clear the roads. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live here in Carroll County with the latest conditions.
8:46, and of course, we've been checking all the roads all morning long for you. We have a team of reporters actually doing it. We're joined now by Charlie Gishler. He's from the State Highway Administration, and he had his work cut out for him this morning. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning. How's it going?
Hey, going really well. The big question now is, we start talking about the roads look really good. When our drive in, it looked like, okay, 2 o'clock in the morning, there's no way anybody's going out for the rest of the morning. State Highway has been very active. You can see it on your website where the plow trucks are, where the short trucks are. Where do we stand now?
So right now we're doing some mop-up operations across the central part of the state. Of course, we're still in full-blown winter operations out in the mountains. I'm looking live from our operations center here at a bunch of the cameras. You still might find some slush on the shoulders, maybe a little bit accumulating between the lane lines. We can take care of that. What we want to do right now is make sure we get some good drying action. So hopefully this precip will stop and allow the roads to start to dry off before the freeze comes in after sunset tonight.
Yeah, and that's the refreeze is always the next question here. I know you monitor the temperature on the roadways. What else are you looking at, though, before you either start putting down more salt or just waiting and then running the plows?
So there's a number of things that we look at here. We have some high-tech equipment that we've gotten over the last couple of years, some infrared sensors, both mobile and on our fixed weather stations. We can look at the relative humidity, what kind of precipitation's on the ground, what the ambient air temperature is, and the pavement temperature. That's what's key here. That can change mile to mile. So, overnight tonight, anything that doesn't dry up has the potential to freeze. So we're going to continue to go out and scout for any icy patches throughout the evening, but it's incumbent upon motorists for Wednesday morning. If it looks wet, treat it like it's icy and slow down. Speed has been the key all day today. We've seen people going way too fast for the conditions, and then that leads into some trouble spots in the area when we have to go in and pull them out. So just be extra cautious. And again, speed and pavement temperatures are key here. So you can get all that information on you can get the information on where our equipment is and where it's been for the last half hour. Roads.maryland.gov. It's the storm application. Also, you have access to hundreds of live traffic cameras and real-time incident page as well. So you have a plan if you do have to travel. But ice is nobody's friend. It's very dangerous. So make a smart travel decision.
Yeah, four-wheel drive doesn't work on ice. Charlie Gishler, always great to have you in here. State Highway Administration doing a great job this morning cleaning up the roads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, now we want to take you out to the roads. In fact, Olivia Dan, she's live in Westminster this morning with the Chevy Storm Tracker. And I know you've been jumping in and out of the vehicle. How is it now, Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Tom. We're actually in Sykesville now. So we've made some moves and the roads are getting better and better. There's a plow truck going by right now, but this is going to be everyone's best friend today. Everyone's going to want a snow brush. We did a pretty good job this morning, but of course there's still some areas that we can brush off with the snow on our Chevy Storm Tracker. But if we come around here to the back of the trunk, I want to show you a few more things that you probably want to pack if you have to be out on the roads today before you head out. So of course the snow brush. I also got a shovel here. There's going to be a whole lot of that going on here soon. In the back of the truck, I also have a blanket, always a good idea. Snow pants and extra water. You definitely want to make sure that you pack that stuff if you do have to be out and about today. As far as here in Sykesville, we just got here and the main strip, the road looks great. Very clear, but the main thing now is actually clearing the sidewalks. We've seen several people doing that, and if we come up this way, there's plows behind us, and they're actually working on clearing out the parking lot. So that's really going to be the main thing and the next steps here in Sykesville. But overall, the roads are looking great, and we want to go ahead and check in with Taylor, who's in our Lens Solar mobile track. Good morning, Taylor, and how are the conditions on the roads where you are?
Well, Olivia, I mean, what a difference a few hours makes here on the roads. We're right now on northbound 295 heading towards Glen Burnie and Towson, that exit there. And as you can see, not even a lot of vehicles on the road for particularly this time of morning as we approach 9 a.m. here. The roads are pretty calm. Accidents have calmed down from our vantage point. We've been checking those MDOT cameras for you as well, trying to find those problem areas, and those have decreased significantly. We're not seeing any major incidents right now at our vantage point in this immediate area. But as you can see, the shoulder still has snow on it. Everyone's moving slowly, and we'll continue to do that as we get on this off ramp. Send it back to you guys in the studio for now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Some of those shots, though, I mean, I know it's dangerous, but it looks so pretty, especially when it's blanketing over all the trees.
It's really pretty inside and even much better outside. The concern now that we've been talking about is the refreeze as we talk about frigid temperatures tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, and what that could do, our meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, I know a lot of people are like, hey, school's off today. What's going to happen tomorrow morning? You can't make the call, but you can at least tell us about how it's going to feel.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Tom, Megan, bottom line is we're on the back edge of this storm, right? So we're not getting a lot of new accumulation, just a few wintry type showers continuing to pepper the central part of the state here. However, as we go into the overnight hours, we'll shift our focus to some Arctic air coming in. Now, our winter storm warning technically does not expire until 10 a.m. And the purple shaded counties you see, those are winter weather advisories that also expire later this morning. In the wake of this system, you know, many points receiving that 4 to 5 inch total from Baltimore out west into Ellicott City and across the central part of the state. We had a few pockets north and west that did get closer to that 6 inch total. And then further south, we had a little more mixing. Lower Eastern Shore, southern Maryland, south of D.C., it was closer to 2, 3 to maybe 4 inch total. Look at this wintry landscape here across the Baltimore area and across the harbor. Haven't seen that in more than 2 years. 29 degrees right now, visibility 4 miles with those mixed showers still coming down. It's going to be tough today to get much above freezing, maybe a few degrees above freezing in the peak warmth of the afternoon, if you will, but bottom line, staying wintry out there as we shovel out and plow out from that accumulation overnight. So the snow will continue to taper off. Then that colder, blustery air coming in later tonight. Deep freeze across the state into early Wednesday morning. There may be some delays with that possibly tomorrow, so stay tuned on that. Overall, you see the heart of this storm continuing to now move north into places like eastern PA, Scranton, and on up into central New England. Colder air is building on the backside of the system, and as the snow ejects further north, the cold air wraps in around the backside of the system. It's dry air, and it will be clear weather as we go tonight into Wednesday, but oh, so cold, down into the teens and even some single digits for places like western Maryland. Take a look at our future scan temps today. Sure, briefly up into the low 30s to mid 30s, but then tonight, oh, that Arctic air coming in down into the teens, yes, even single digits. And that is not the wind chill. Those are the actual air temps. So any slush, any runoff areas, they will freeze up again tonight into Wednesday. Wednesday, tough to even get above freezing. After that, though, we do see a slight warm up Thursday. More wintry showers possible Friday. Sets the stage for a very cold Ravens game day Saturday as Houston comes to town. So get ready for more cold weather ahead.
All right, more cold weather. And if you were up watching the games last night or even the Emmys, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
We need a coffee break. Get warm and get ready to wake up. Topping your morning business report, according to new data, consumers found more breathing room and less pressure on their budgets in December. The Labor Department says the Producer Price Index, a key measurement of inflation, went down in December. Those reports could affect upcoming Federal Reserve interest rate decisions. Despite higher consumer price index figures, some investors think the Feds could make interest rate reductions in March.
Also, in your morning business report, new federal data says that shows Americans are more and more out of balance with their credit card payments. The Federal Reserve Bank out of Philadelphia says growing numbers of American consumers are falling behind making their credit card payments on time. The Reserve also shows that stages of delinquency, 30, 60, or 90 days late on payments, saw increases in the third quarter of 2023. Delinquency rates are approaching their highest levels since 2012.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
There is nothing more frustrating than when you want to take a photo and your phone says, storage full, and it always happens at the most inconvenient times. I was just at my godson's wedding and I took hundreds of photos. If I had had the Click Free Pro, I would have loaded them onto this and gifted him one of these as a keepsake of his special day. And the Click Free Pro can store thousands of photos and videos while fitting easily in your hand. You know, other storage options they're bulky, they're expensive, and sometimes you need other accessories to work with different devices. Well, this has a port. Look at this. Look how easily that went in for each device. So you can use it with your laptop or your tablet. It's light and it's a great deal. The Click Free app, this is really cool, allows you to scan old photos so they don't sit on a shelf or a box anymore. And also, this is really cool. I love this little carrying case. It's cute. They come in lots of different colors, just perfect. Right now, we are offering 50% off. Did you hear what I said? Get this, 50% off on the Click Free Pro. So I want you to head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. And believe me, these are going to go very, very quickly.
All right, I'm Wyatt Everhart. We continue to see the back edge of this winter storm slowly leaving Maryland, but in its wake, our first significant accumulation in more than 2 years.
Still seeing some flurries here in Bel Air, but conditions are looking a lot better. Coming up, a closer look at these people who are digging out this morning along North Main Street.
The plows and shovels are out. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'm live in Carroll County with a look at the conditions here.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We have been weather alert all morning long.
We are weather alert all morning long as you wake up and start your day here. Right now, we are taking you live. We've got a shot from the Inner Harbor, Towson, conditions out there on the roads, and our HD radar there. The next big threat here is the cold, guys. We know Baltimore City will be under the code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. The City Health Department is reminding people to drink plenty of fluids and remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and the elderly. And remember, if it's too cold for you to be outside, it's also too cold for your pet. Remember to bring them inside, especially tonight as we see that refreeze.
So my husband took our dog out and he doesn't want to be out there.
No.
So now that's the whole issue. That you gotta go though. Good morning to you on this Tuesday, January 16th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have live team coverage for you as the winter system impacts you all morning long and continues into tomorrow now too.
That's right. Our team of meteorologists and reporters are spread throughout the viewing area right now to bring you the latest on what you can expect.
But our team coverage begins with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at what comes next. Wyatt, what are those temperatures looking like?
Well, we are tracking some Arctic air invading tonight. It's going to take us right down into the low teens. Even a few single digits will be possible. Meanwhile, on the back edge of the storm, there's still a little bit of light wintry shower action in the area. And, I doubt this could add more than maybe like 1/10 of an inch in spots. But we already have 5+ inches on the ground, officially reported places like Churchville, Simpsonville, Edgemere. So, a significant winter event overnight tonight that still has a few wintry showers left in its wake. There's the overall snowfall total map, just kind of sketching it with a broad brush, and you can kind of see right around Baltimore that kind of 5 to inch range was very, very common. Temperatures now way below freezing, in the 20s to low 30s, and it's going to be tough to get above freezing today. So no big melt coming. It will be quiet midday for the big dig as we clear out the snow, but tonight we are talking about significant refreeze, so we'll look at those temps again in just a few.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Take a look at this. We've got some updated school delays and cancellations here. Calvert, Frederick, and St. Mary's counties, they are still planning to be 2 hours late, but everyone else, all the other Maryland school districts, are closed today. For a complete list, you can check out that ticker scrolling at the bottom of your screen or head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Let's see what's happening on the roadways at this hour, because it's been an active morning. But as we look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, no incidents or delays to have to report to you. You're taking a live look over the Loch Raven Boulevard area, and as you can see, they are moving up to speed. We have live team coverage out on the roadways this morning. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live in the Chevy Storm Tracker. She's out in the Carroll County area in Sykesville. Last we checked with her, but let's begin with Taylor Stewart. She is live in our Lynn Stoller mobile track, checking on conditions on the highways. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. We just passed the exit for Columbia and Jessup here, heading south on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway here. As we continue to drive throughout the area, we are seeing far less occurrences of shoulders either pushed over to the shoulder or on the median of the interstate. We can see the roads have been treated. Things are really looking a lot clearer than they were just 2 hours ago. Obviously, cars still have ample snow on them, so we'll send it back to you guys for now as we continue to monitor your road conditions for your commute this morning.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Let's check in now with Olivia Dan. She's been cruising around in our Chevy Storm Tracker now in Sykesville. Olivia, how's it going there?
Yeah, good morning, Megan. We have stepped out of our Chevy Storm Tracker. We were just brushing off some of the leftover snow that was on that, and obviously that's what a lot of people are going to be doing, as well as shoveling. Here in Sykesville, though, the roads look good. It's really just the sidewalks now. So we're here. Why not help out a little bit, trying to clear and shovel one of these sidewalks? But you can see the main road is very, very clear, and that's kind of what we've been seeing. The roads have just been getting better and better. You just heard Taylor say where she is, the roads look good too. So behind us, there were some plows earlier just working really to clear parking lots now. And then up and down the main strip here in downtown Sykesville, we've seen people doing just this, shoveling away, and that's really how a lot of people are going to be spending their morning. So whether you like it or not, burns a few extra calories. This is probably how a lot of people are going to be starting their mornings. But I also saw that Amy has been sledding all morning. Of course, we also have to see if this is good snowball making snow. So I'm going to try to grab a chunk here. It was coming down still a little bit a few minutes ago. It seems like it just stopped. Let's see. It's kind of hard to press together, but I think you can get a snowball, kind of. I would say average snowball making snow. Let me know what you think, guys, but I'll send it back to you.
I would have thought it would have been better. It's not really packing there, though. Oh, well, we'll give it our shot. We've got our team coverage continuing now. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, she's been doing all sorts of things out there in the snow.
You've been around a lot of kids. Have they been tossing snowballs? How's the snow for them?
I have not seen a lot of snowballs just yet, and I'm actually taking a break from the kids right now. I'm over where the kids can get some supplies if they maybe need a sled this morning, or maybe the parents need a shovel. I'm here at AYD Hardware, right outside of Rogers Forge along York Road, and I'm here with Vince this morning, who opened up on your off day to make sure people can get the supplies they need.
Good morning, Amy. Yes, I did. I mean, this is the opportunity for me to unwind some of this inventory that I've had for a very long time.
I'm sure you probably had to dust some of these shovels off here. They've been waiting for a storm like this.
Actually, we have. Some of them gotten dusty, but they're up and ready to go now, and hopefully we'll have this storm, and I think we've got 2 or 3 more coming before this is all over. The season's just begun.
The season is young. Yep. I see some sleds behind you here. If kids want to maybe go out and play, you've got some of the fun stuff.
I've got plenty of sleds. I was going to order more yesterday, but then I took an inventory, and I thought, oh no, I got enough to get through this storm. So yeah, plenty of them.
Plenty of them. Okay, you said you were already out clearing driveways this morning.
Did my driveway, did my neighbor's driveway, and then came down here.
Awesome. What tips do you have for people still trying to clean out? What kind of supplies should they get?
It's a heavy snow, so be mindful of that. So take it easy. After you shovel, probably wait a while to see what the weather's going to do. Right now, it feels like it's a freezing rain mix.
Yeah.
And which means it's going to get slick, so you want to have some ice melt, and I've got plenty of that.
There you are. Okay.
How about that for a plug?
Perfect. Exactly. And you're going to be open all day long if folks want to run down and stop in?
I'm going to stay here probably till 5:30, which is
awesome.
a normal weekday closing time.
Okay, perfect.
But normally we're closed on Tuesday.
Yes.
But here we are today to help you guys.
Open. Okay, so if you were worried they're closed and you're in the neighborhood, come stop by, right?
Absolutely. I'm here.
You're here. He's got his coffee ready, guys. He's ready for a snow day. We're going to keep an eye on the neighborhood. Actually, coming up in 30 minutes, we're going to head back to that sled hill. I have a feeling it is going to be packed now with kids out enjoying their snow day. Back to you guys.
I think you're right, but it was great to see the other side of it and see that he's open. He's got the things, so.
Here, heavy snow. It's good to keep in mind.
He's ready for business.
All right, Amy, thank you. Let's get out now to Shannon Lilly. She is in Harford County. And Shannon, how are things looking out there?
So we're still seeing a little bit of flurries out here in Bel Air, Patrice, but things, I mean, just looking a lot better overall. You can see the roads here pretty much completely clear. And like I was saying earlier, I mean, you see that vehicle there. I mean, a lot of the vehicles that we're seeing out here are out here working to clear either the sidewalks or the roadways. Speaking of the sidewalks here, you see how they have been cleared as well, a lot of them, and they've been sprayed with some salt mixtures to keep it from being so slick, because I do want to show you in this area that's still not completely clear, we still have some snow on the sidewalk, and underneath this snow, look, that's ice there. And so that can be some slush there, and that can be really slick. In fact, we were kind of walking in an area that to me looked clear, and it was black ice. I mean, I almost fell. So keep that in mind if you are out and about today, but things looking so much better here in Bel Air, and honestly looking very beautiful, looking very wintry. So enjoy your snow day, and make sure you do so from the comfort of your home if you can, or if you're out on the roads, just make sure you're still taking it slow. But we will send it back into you guys for now.
It looks so pretty, but again, good reminders that black ice and now the refreeze tonight, I think, is the next part of this system.
So this is when you got to get the snow up and get the salt down, and all of that kind of stuff. Just some advice as hopefully some people are home for the day and they have time to do it. Let's get another check of what's happening out there with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
Hey, and Patrice, I will say this, that basically we still have some kind of light mixed showers. The radar return here looks a little more aggressive than it really is, very reflective at altitude, that kind of ice mixed in. So we're getting just light mixed showers continuing to come down. Most of the accumulation we've got, all right? We're not going to add anything to that. And still some pretty good weather midday, just above freezing to dig out, shovel out, and clear out before that deep freeze starts to roll in, starting around dinner time tonight. We'll talk about just how cold it will get coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Out on the roads, we've been watching all morning long. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And right now, there are currently no incidents or delays to report in our region. I think many taking the advice, staying inside here this morning. The cars that are out there finally able to see some pavement out there. This is a live look over 695 at Ruxton and Charles Street there. You can see the cars moving along all right. Again, it's still wet out there. We've got freezing temperatures, so keep in mind it's slick still.
Results from the 2024 Iowa caucus are in. After the break, what lies ahead for GOP presidential hopefuls? We've got a live report.
Plus, we are on weather alert today with that wintry weather we've been reporting, which means the slick road conditions sticking around. Later on, tips for drivers that are navigating harsh conditions this morning. It is 9:11 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
A decisive win for former President Trump in the Iowa caucus with 51% of the vote.
National correspondent Atra Elnashar joining us live from Des Moines. And there are questions about how much longer this primary will last. Atra.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice and Megan. Questions about how long it will last and how long it should last for the good of the Republican Party. Is it helpful for the primary to go on for weeks and months, perhaps? Or would it benefit the GOP more in November if folks dropped out and the front runner was all but set in stone to be the nominee? Of course, looking at last night and the polls moving forward, that would presumably be former President Trump. Now, in Trump's speech, we certainly saw him deliver a sort of message that's consistent with that second scenario. He actually thanked his opponents. He didn't call them names. He didn't attack them, which is something we never see him do. But Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are giving no indication that they are ready to drop out anytime soon. DeSantis' speech was really one of vindication, considering this time yesterday, he was believed to maybe place in third and then potentially drop out after last night. His second place really is giving his campaign some fresh steam. Nikki Haley also showing no sign of slowing down. She's already in New Hampshire. Last night, she still was adamant that this is a two-person race between her and Trump. And then she actually congratulated former President Trump, which you don't see too often these days. But she did say that she doesn't think the nation wants to see another general election with Trump and Biden at the top of the ticket. Vivek Ramaswamy, on the other hand, dropped out. He barely got 8% of the vote last night, immediately endorsed Trump. Last candidate we're keeping an eye on is former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. He got even fewer votes than Ramaswamy. At this hour, he is still in the race.
So, Atra, next up, the New Hampshire primary. That is coming up next week. What are we looking at there? Are we expecting anything different than what we just saw?
It's very possible, considering how much of a lead Trump got last night with just over a majority of the just over 50% of support. First, we're going to be looking at fundraising. Can DeSantis and Haley keep their donors, big and small, energized enough to keep their campaigns going? And then messaging, specifically with DeSantis, is he going to use the second place showing to try and frame this as a two-person race between he and Trump, or is he going to continue sparring with Nikki Haley? Does he think that's necessary to still have to compete to be the alternative candidate to Trump? Now, his schedule this morning gives us a bit of a hint. He's stopping in South Carolina, Haley's home state, before he heads to New Hampshire for a televised town hall. Haley's already in New Hampshire. She's got a rally tonight with Governor Chris Sununu. But a lot of the attention today is likely going to be on Trump, not because of his victory last night, but because he's expected to be in a New York courtroom for the start of a trial to determine damages in a defamation case brought by author E. Jean Carroll. Back to you.
All right, Atra Elnashar, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, well, it's 9:17, and we need to get back over to meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
He is taking a look at what we have going on right now. You talked about kind of a wintry mix falling right now.
Some mixed showers here on the back side of the storm system, ladies. And this is not going to be like something that adds any real additional accumulation, but certainly maybe a little bit of a nuisance out there as people try to get shoveled out, cleaned up, and get everything cleared off. You know, you just got the car nice and clear, and now you get a little, maybe a little coating there of mixed ice on the vehicle. Won't be a lot, though. And overall, winter storm warnings continuing through 10 a.m., as well as the winter weather advisories in those purple shaded counties. And then we're in the clear on those warnings and advisories. In the wake of this system, you know, we anticipated 3 to 4 inches or so. We had that first inch yesterday morning. And so overperformance was the name of the game here, as we had pockets to 5 inches plus north and northeast of Baltimore itself, right around the Baltimore area and points just south, generally in that 4 to 5 inch range. The first significant snow we've had in more than 2 years here, making its presence felt on our harbor cam, looking very winter-like out there across Maryland. Mid-January, it should be, right? 29 right now at BWI. Visibility 3 miles with some of those mixed showers coming down. It's a little bit reduced. Look at the air temperatures all around the metro area, below freezing in the upper 20s. So we're not going to see much of a melt today. We'll be lucky to get into the low 30s this afternoon. And even with that, not much melting going on, staying very wintry today, and then colder air really begins to arrive in earnest as the winds pick up out of the west tonight after about 7 o'clock. So snow continuing to taper off through the early midday, then colder, blustery conditions coming in tonight. After that, I think we'll be relatively dry, just cold, but quiet weather through Friday, when we could see yet another round of snow showers into the state. Weather map showing basically just that area of low pressure steadily moving off to the north and east. The main snow shield, if you will, on the north side of the low is already out of Maryland, but colder air out towards Chicagoland is going to be wrapping in around the back side of the system. So cold air blast in tonight. Temperatures go way below freezing. We're starting off the day tomorrow morning in probably the low teens for many of us. Still, at least we'll be clear and dry as we go into Wednesday, and even beyond that into Thursday looks relatively quiet. Temperatures tonight, this morning I should say, 30 to 32. Then the big drop comes tonight. Down through the teens we'll go. Yeah, some of those real field temperatures could be down as low as the single digits out there. With that snowpack on the ground, the overnight lows drop even faster. Overall, plenty of sunshine here Wednesday into Thursday. That next round of snow showers possible Friday. And then we get reinforcing cold air, just what you wanted to hear on Saturday and the Sunday as we have our Ravens game day Saturday. That's going to be a cold game out there at M&T Bank Stadium.
All right, but well worth it. Looking at our Lynn Solar Traffic Network as of right now, we can say that it is all calm on the roadways, which is an improvement over a lot of what we saw throughout the morning. This is Loch Raven Boulevard, bird's eye view, and looking good out on the road. Meanwhile, our team is behind the wheel. Looking live now from our Lynn Solar mobile track. In the area of Burtonsville, and you see the roads are wet and slick, but no snow covering the roads. That is a good sign.
We are here in Rogers Forge this morning, where the scene is a little different now at the sledding hill. As you can see, I'm joined by just a few kids out enjoying their snow day. We'll talk to some of the folks out here in just a couple of minutes. You're watching.
And Succession was a big winner last night at the Emmys. I'll tell you all about it coming up. You're watching Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Trending now, last night's Primetime Emmy Awards honored all of the amazing shows of 2023. The award show was pushed back from September due to the writers and actors strikes.
I gotta get caught up on some of these shows. Mark Clark joins us live in studio this morning with the big winners. Mark.
That's right. I'll get you caught up. Hollywood is back, and all the stars came out to celebrate during last night's Emmy Awards. Succession took home a trophy for Outstanding Drama Series, while The Bear took home Best Comedy Series. RuPaul's Drag Race on the Best Reality Competition Show, and Elton John is now an EGOT winner after he took home the Emmy for Best Live Variety Special. Now to the acting awards. Jeremy Allen White took home Best Lead Actor in Comedy Series for his role in The Bear, while Quinta Brunson won Best Lead Actress in the Comedy Series for her role in Abbott Elementary. Kieran Culkin won Outstanding Actor in the Drama Series, and Sarah Snook won Outstanding Actress in a Drama Series, both for their roles in Succession, which was one of my favorites. For more on the night's big winners, and a close-up look at the red carpet, see what everybody's wearing, you can check out our website, foxbaltimore.com.
They went to us for some reason.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are weather alert this morning after snow fell all last night into tomorrow morning, pretty much covering all of the Baltimore region.
We are continuing to track that storm with our Weather Authority HD radars. We're taking a live look over the area, and there's Baltimore. Look at it's pretty. It just looks like we've had a winter snow event.
It is beautiful from inside outside. Right. My goodness, is it cold. Baltimore City is actually going to be under a code blue extreme cold alert today through Thursday morning. This is sticking around, guys. The City Health Department reminding people, drink plenty of fluids. Remember to check on those who are most vulnerable, like children and the elderly, especially if they're out there shoveling right now. And if it's too cold for you to be outside, guess what? It's too cold for your pet as well. So remember to bring them inside if you're able to get them outside to begin with to go, because I know you have that. Our dogs don't go out when it's cold.
No.
Well, one does.
He does not want to go out, but you got to go to the bathroom, buddy. So we're going to have to figure this one out. All right. Well, welcome back to all of you. 9:28 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhart into this. We're talking about a little precipitation still falling, but it's tonight, Wyatt, is the next concern.
I think that is. I mean, we're going to kind of shift into the second phase of this wintry blast, if you will. The snow was the big story overnight tonight, even this morning. We still got a few snow showers coming in on kind of the back edge of the storm, and actually kind of mixed showers even, kind of pelting things down out there, but not nearly as much as we faced overnight. I don't really anticipate any additional accumulations. The accumulations we have are significant enough. Most parts right around Baltimore receiving in that kind of 3 to 4 to 5 inch range. We had pockets that had 6 inches plus north, northwest, and northeast of the city. And these temperatures at and below freezing for the most part. So the bottom line is we're not going to see much melting today. Kind of a quiet midday to dig out, shovel all those sidewalks, get things cleared and salted. You'll want to salt things up because overnight tonight we're talking about teens and even colder. So a major cold blast on the way. We'll talk much more about that and what you can expect into the week ahead coming up.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and what an improvement over the morning. We've got no incidents to tell you about right now. You're taking a look over the Ruxton Road area and looking pretty good.
Well, we have live team coverage out on the roadways for you this morning.
In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us from Sykesville. She's out there in our Chevy Storm Tracker.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart, live in our Lynn Stoller mobile track, checking on the conditions on the highways. Taylor, how is it now?
Boy, have we been everywhere this morning. Things are looking a lot more calm, clear, and collected here on the roads as we head back towards the Baltimore area. We're heading north on 29. And as you can see, a lot of folks are taking advantage of this snow day, likely staying in. This is not the morning rush we'd expect to see around 9 a.m. here. But as we continue our trek, we'll keep you updated. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Let's go out live now to Olivia Dance. She is out in Sykesville. She took the Chevy Storm Tracker out to Carroll County. You saw different things throughout the morning, but now you're shoveling.
Yeah, good morning, Patrice. Outside of our Chevy Storm Tracker, and yeah, we're starting to shovel because we're here in Sykesville, and the roads are actually looking really good. The main roads, we've seen plows, several plows already drive through since we've been here this morning, but really now the work is with these sidewalks. So we want to see people out here. We've already seen some of the business owners shoveling. You can see the sidewalks behind us look pretty clear, and really this is what a lot of people are going to be doing to start their morning. Also probably brushing off their cars if they do have to be out and about on the roads. As far as when you're out on the roads, you want to make sure that you're taking it slow. We were driving below the speed limit this morning, and that was really kind of the best option, the safest option, because even though most of the roads are clear, they are still in some areas snow covered. So you just want to make sure that you're giving yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. But we can also have some fun with it. You can see it's a winter wonderland like look out here, and the snow is still falling. In the last half hour, we tested to see if it was good snowball making snow. We know that we've seen Amy sledding all morning, but the last thing that we need to do is see if this is good snow angel making snow. I haven't made one of these in years, but this looks like a pretty good spot to make it right next to our Chevy Storm Tracker. So I think I'm just gonna lay down here. Kind of makes me feel like a kid again. I'll send it back to you guys.
You look like a kid.
Form.
Awesome. All right, Olivia.
She's stuck there now.
I mean, hey, you got to have some fun while you're out there. Our team coverage continues with meteorologist Amy Aronson. Speaking of somebody having fun.
And she caught up with a lot of kids enjoying every second of this in Rogers Forge. Amy, what are you guys about to do?
Okay, we're all sledding here. I've got a group of, I think, mostly second graders, right? Yeah. Are you guys so excited for a snow day? Yeah! And what have you guys been doing out here so far? Sledding! How is the sled hill? Good! Okay, you all have different types of sleds. Ella, tell me about your sled this morning.
It is a unicorn snow tube.
How has it been?
It's been kind of hard. It's been undeflated sometimes,
Oh no, but I saw you still get down the hill fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
it goes down the hill fine.
What else have you guys been doing? Anyone try a snowball fight yet?
Yeah!
What else? Snow angels? Any snow angels?
Yeah!
Okay, what's your favorite part about a snow day?
Sledding!
You guys want to show us your skills on the hill? Okay, I'm going to step out of the way here. Everybody get your sleds. Ella, get your little unicorn there. Okay, are you all going to race? Does everybody have a spot? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Woo! Man, that is how you spend a snow day. What do you guys think? They are awesome, aren't they?
Amy,
give us a wave, guys.
You now have a sledding daycare that you are in charge of.
Oh my God! And the one kid
Yes,
was running.
sledding daycare by Amy.
Got taken out by the kid on the sled.
And this is what they've been waiting for. 2 years. Yeah. 2 years since they've had a big chance to do this.
2 years in the making.
And the parents are like, "Come in, let's warm up."
Yes,
But
you guys
they'll
having
go.
fun?
Yeah!
It's a fun time out here. You got to come join.
All right. The youth.
They're quick.
already back up there. Is this what we're going to be doing when we go home with our kids?
Probably, but not that fast running back up the hill. It takes me a minute.
All right. Well, as we clean up from the storm that hit the area, we're going to show you the regions that were hit the worst and how the roads are looking in those areas.
And coming up in our live center, winter weather impacting all parts of the nation, not just here in the Baltimore area. Tom Rogers breaking it down. It's 9:34 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Continuing our tour around the area here, we want to head out live to Shannon Lilly. She is in Harford County. Shannon, you have been busy shoveling, and now there are people, humans, venturing out.
Yes, finally. It's been a little quiet because, Megan, it feels like it's icing now. It hasn't been the best weather. We've seen flurries throughout the morning. It almost seems like it's getting worse now, just from what we've experienced. But I'm joined by the cutest family, Najee here, and your two adorable kids. They've got a snowball. They're ready to play. What is your plan for today?
To let them play in the snow and then just watch movies.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Any sledding in the cards?
Yes, I plan on to ask the staff, do they have any sleds, and we're gonna just play in the snow. Just let them have fun.
And tell me, who is this?
That is Night. That is my son Knight right there with a snowball.
And he does have a snowball over here. So, are you guys gonna play snowball? Are you gonna throw the snowballs at each other?
We're gonna throw the snowballs at each other. We're just gonna have a good time in the snow.
Yeah.
Yep.
What did you expect, or what did you think when you woke up this morning?
I didn't even think it was really gonna snow, but then I had opened the door and I was just like, wow, oh man, okay, so we're gonna have a snow day. Yeah.
And I'm sure that they were excited.
Yes, they was.
What are their ages again?
4 and 2.
So they weren't even gonna go to school today, right? so they're just excited to play in this.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, we wish you the best. You said that some of your plans were kind of interrupted today because of the snow, right?
Yes. Yep. Stopkins, yes. All my plans was interrupted, so we just gonna have fun and just enjoy each other's time in the snow. So
hey, that's the way to do it. You know, get some hot soup, go sledding. Got to make the most of it. But again, here in Bel Air, conditions actually seem to be a little bit worse than what we were seeing earlier. But the roads are looking so much clearer than they did when we first got out here. The sidewalks, as you can see, are pretty much completely clear. Bye, guys. See ya. Thank you. So yeah, some people are out and about, but really it's been pretty much empty around here because most people are probably spending their day inside, which is a smart thing to do. But
there's nothing like seeing a little kid in a snow jacket running around too.
Does he have his gloves or did he leave them over there? Did he leave his gloves, Shannon, on the wall on the other side?
Oh, your gloves. Yeah.
There you go.
Shannon.
Yes. You need those.
He's going to want those.
All right, now they can go have fun and do the snowballs they were talking about.
Awesome. Shannon, thank you.
Exactly, yeah.
And probably playing outside, enjoying is the way to go. If you have to drive, it isn't the best out there. Obviously, we got some snow, a little bit of ice, making for dangerous conditions.
That's right. So AAA says it's best if you can stay home and off the roads, but if you do have to go out, as we know a lot of you will, just go slow. You're also going to want to increase your following distance by 5 to 6 seconds at least. And when you do brake, do it slowly so you don't slam on the brakes and then go sliding.
That's not fun. Now, looking to add a new friend to your home, now could be the chance as the World of Pets Expo is coming to the area. We are looking for one lucky winner to go for free. Just call in and be the 10th caller coming up after the break.
And the stage is set for the Ravens divisional round game. Find out who the Flock is taking on and when.
Right now, millions of Americans are under winter weather advisories or warnings, and it's already having a deadly impact.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the dangerously cold and snowy weather all across the United States, Tom.
Yeah, Megan, Patrice, we were just out with our reporters, and it doesn't look too bad. That system that we had is now, this is a live look over Boston. might ought to wipe this.
Guys, look at this. Temperatures today are going to stay cold, right? So, a quiet day to dig out. I think that's important. And for the kids that go out and play, I mean, it's a great day. But it does get colder tonight. I mean, a lot colder. Let's kind of show you the big picture one more time here. Storm is finally clearing off to the north and east. I mean, it was a storm that really performed a little stronger than we thought. I mean, we thought we'd get 3-4 inches. A lot of places end up getting half a foot. So there you go. A few bonus inches, we call those, right? Look, the storm will continue to move away, but it's what's behind it that's going to be kind of the main factor as we kind of look at the temperature pattern here. This tells the tale because although we're hovering just above freezing today, tonight, I mean, this is a big Arctic push coming in.
Single digits.
Yeah, some single digits.
Right.
I mean,
this is a typo.
Yes, and also just keep in mind a lot of those areas will kind of slush up today. Obviously, they're going to freeze up overnight for sure, unless they've been really treated well with salt and chemicals. So keep that in mind. Slick spots on the roads in the morning. After that, quiet. We've got nice weather, relatively speaking. Wednesday and Thursday, just cold. Not as powerful looking of a system Friday, but there may be some more snow showers that day and a cold Ravens day. I want to say this. People say, man, when will it ever warm up? Actually, right now, the trend shows that into next week, we're going to kind of swing the